Hello, Internet, and welcome to Hearts of Stone. Thanks for joining us this lovely Saturday afternoon. Took me a second to remember what day of the week it was, because we've been playing on off weeks, off days. Hi, everyone. We're playing some Blades in the Dark here today. We're so excited for you to join us. We're picking up on campaign. What are we at? Session 14 of this game right now, I think, here today.
Yep.
Yeah, we're doing the ding
you
ding
believe
thing.
it?
We got some recapping and catching up to do. Now we've got everyone back at the table, and I'm so excited. But I'm just gonna breeze through our start of session stuff here, and then we'll get going. So if you're joining us live, the next time we will be streaming on this channel will be on Monday, where we will be continuing the tale of Red Jenny, where nothing bad has ever happened to anyone, and it's all sunshine and rainbows. We're playing the Dragon-ish TTRPG there, and it's gotten a bit spicy. So hang out with us there at 8 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday. Otherwise, our schedule is below our faces. If you're watching us live on Twitch, you can see everything we do throughout the week, and the times and the places and the games and all that good stuff. And join us for all those things. You can also join us on our Discord, which is linked below as well. That's where we do most of our announcements for our games. Boy, I don't think we have anything else like big going on the channel in the next couple of weeks. So let's just get into it, letting y'all introduce yourselves. I'm going to let my lovely players here talk about who they are, what they do on and off this channel, and who they're playing tonight, starting, as always, with Van.
That's me. Hi, I'm Van. You can find me on the internet at Van, but Wilder, wherever you can find people on the internet. I mostly spend my days hanging out in the Discord and streaming on Twitch a few days a week. I'm here Saturday mornings running Dungeons and or Dragons. Today it was both Dungeons and Dragons, which was fun. Doing this, playing in Red Jenny on Mondays, and then I'm also on twitch.tv/hackrecklessly on Sunday nights in the next couple of weeks, starting the final season of Playthings of the Gods. But tonight I am playing Glass, who is our Whisper.
And it's me. I'm Christina Sid. You can find me on the internets at Greek Sid, but generally in the Discord as well. Tonight I am playing Salome. Salome is our spider.
Hey everybody, I'm RJ, and you can catch me RJ622 on Twitter, Twitch, and all the socials. Today I'll be playing Fume, who's the leech. We both go by he, him. He's a menace, I'm a menace. Menace squared.
That just leaves me. Hey everybody, I'm Wings, also known as Danae Keener. You can find me at DanaeKeener.com. I do nerdy drawings, mostly related to D&D, and a lot of things on the Indoor Adventures stream. Today I'm going to be playing as Grackle, who is our hound. DanaeKeener.com.
DanaeKeener.com. Hi everyone, I'm Val. You can find me at the Kraken's Crown, looking around the internet. I am here running games throughout the week. I talked about the game. I run this one, and I run Red Jenny. Those are the two games that I do, and then I play in some other stuff in between. And also over on Hack Recklessly, playing games. I think we talked about it earlier because I got the date wrong, but we'll be returning with Playthings of the Gods next Sunday in our D&D 5e
The 18th.
game. The 18th? Is that not next Sunday? God, what week is it? Sorry, 7th, the 18th, 2 Sundays.
It was Groundhog Day. We get an
Right.
early spring. Also, there were a lot of fan vids going around about Puxatawny Phil.
Oh my god, they're so good.
They're amazing.
The children are okay.
The children are all right, y'all. They really are. I saw at least 3 on Friday.
So good.
Oh boy, y'all. Well, I guess we should just jump into it, right? Yeah, let's do the ding dang thing. So previously on Hearts of Stone. Oh boy, y'all. We were finishing up a job. The crew, the obedient servants, were in the process of throwing a little party for the purposes of swaying a Leviathan hunting captain to patronize your business, join your cause, ally with you in some way, for the ultimate purpose of getting close to the Baron. You had the party went off pretty pretty well overall. It was a pretty big hit, event of the season, you might say, here in Silkshore. There were lots of big, important people there. In addition to Captain Panzea, your mark, you had Lord Skurlock there as your patron, kind of throwing, under the guise of him throwing the event. Many other important figures here in Silkshore, as well as one, the leader of the Ink Rakes, one Fabian Pierce, who had brought along with him an unexpected guest, Master Vreen. Over the course of evening, you were able to get on both Captain Panzea's and Fabian's good side. We had a bit of a confrontation. The Vreen being pissed off at and slighted by your recent theft, your heist at his racetrack, for the purposes of getting the ledgers that you would need to convince Captain Panzea of his bad investments. He finally confronted you with Mr. Pierce, and Salome did an excellent job of making him seem like a buffoon. You were able to convince Fabian of the story kind of beneath the surface here of Vreen's misdeeds, his con artistry ways, and we're able to gain some favorable insight or opinions of the Ink Rakes. While all that was going on, Fume got locked in a basement as the Spirit Wardens arrived to investigate the jewelry box, looking for one Asher West, who you all know as Glass. Asher, of course, was not in the jewelry box, as Glass had absconded, had left, seeing
I had some errands to run.
You had some errands to run. You had a friend to save, as your friend at Nyrix, the possessor spirit, was being hunted down by another one of these Spirit Wardens. You attacked the Spirit Warden just as it was about to capture Nyrix, and struck what you assume to be lethal blow against the Spirit Warden, slitting their throat in front of you. Though it seemed to be successful at first, you began to loot the body and noticed that it wasn't quite what you expected. The body was a bit colder than it should be and was not bleeding as much. And just as you began to don the guise of the Spirit Warden, putting on the mask, the Spirit Warden sprung back to life. You identified it quickly, realizing that this figure was in fact a vampire. You were able to run away to escape by pinning it to the ground with a cloak through the dagger, dagger through the cloak of that the Spirit Warden was wearing, and run away with Nyrix in tow, escaping the Spirit Warden's clutches. The Spirit Warden, who was investigating and searching the jewelry box, was unable to find anything of importance, maybe some things of interest, but decided to leave, extending an invitation through Salome that Glass come to the Spirit Warden headquarters at the crematorium, Bellwether Crematorium. With the Spirit Wardens dealt with Master Vreen gone, you were finally able to have a heart-to-heart with Captain Panzea, who, through presenting the ledgers that you stolen from Vreen and the goodwill that you had shown throughout the evening, you were finally able to convince Panzea to leave his investments with Vreen aside and to instead place his faith in the jewelry box, becoming an investor or maybe a partial owner. I don't think we exactly decided what the terms of the contract were. I was imagining some sort of like partial stakeholder in it, partial owner of the jewelry box, but we can decide that. After the successful negotiations, Captain Panzea said that he was leaving to track down Vreen and get his money back. The evening kind of came to a close. You were locked up the jewelry box, and as Grackle was stepping outside to take out the spare bottles and trash from the evening, you found Captain Panzea out there waiting for you. the two had a conversation in which the relationship between the two was made more evident. It seemed there's definitely a history between them. Both having a connection to the Baron. Grackle made Panzea promise to keep this under wraps the best that he could, and he assented to that, with the understanding that there'd be only so much that he could keep from the Baron's gaze. And I think with all of that is where we left our evening, but we will pick up here today with payment, with your payday for this job, because you had successfully gotten Captain Panzea on your side. So let's look at resolving your score.
We also have to level up, don't we? Level up.
Yeah, did y'all's crew leveled up?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, crew level up.
Okay. Yeah, let's do payoff first, because that'll get you your rewards and stuff, and then y'all can decide where you want to spend your coin, because that would put y'all to the stronghold, right? And then we'd be getting closer to, or no,
Yes.
wait. Yeah, yeah. That'll be getting y'all closer to increasing your tier. So, payoff. First thing is rep. The crew earns 2 rep per score by default. This target was a higher tier than you, so I'm giving you additional rep for that. Y'all receive a total of 4 rep for this job.
That gives us enough rep.
Yeah, you're good on rep now?
Yeah,
Awesome.
to go to strong.
Awesome.
Which I assume we also have to pay for.
You will, yeah, because your patron lets you. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, and the cost is less than it would be because you're your patron. Now let's talk about coin. So crew earns coin based on the nature of their operation, the loot they seized. So this one's a bit different because you weren't necessarily stealing money; you were earning money. This is probably the most legitimate payment that you've received in your work so far. I am giving you you have a Leviathan hunting captain investing in your business. That is a pretty big deal. Your coin for this job, you receive 10 coin total for this score.
We can fill the vault.
Yeah, we have 4 more spaces in the vault.
So you can put as much in the crew stuff as one, and then divide the rest between yourselves if you'd like.
I say yeah. I'll take 1 less for Salome because we're getting big buco coin in the business.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
4 to the vault, and then
you will receive. Let me remember. I think y'all will receive coin for leveling up your. For leveling up at this point too. Let me see. Crew advancement.
Ow.
So something to keep in mind there too. Oh no, you got stash you get profits. You get stash for your for leveling up. Which, did we do stash last time for crew advancements? I don't remember what we did because y'all
did
received enough
not.
XP to advance last time. That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about with leveling
Yeah.
up. Okay. I don't know if we did.
I don't
think
believe we did stash.
did stash last time. So we'll do that in a second, but let's finish with the score. So how y'all want to divide up the 10 coin?
If y'all are down for it, I say fill up the vault, and we can
Will there be
distribute
6
from
coin
there.
left after that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 6 coin between the 4 of you.
I'll take 1 less.
Yeah, I'll take 1 less. I don't need
Okay.
as much.
So 2 for Glass and Salome, 1 for Fume and Grackle. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, we're going to talk about heat. So, after score a conflict with an opponent, your crew gains heat in accordance with the nature of the operation. 0 heat, smooth and quiet, low exposure. 2 heat, contained, standard exposure. 4 heat, loud and chaotic, high exposure. 6 heat, wild and devastating exposure.
Pretty contained, right? Like, would anyone really outside of I mean, the kick into the Sparta kick into the.
Well,
into
there
the-
was a
canal.
spirit warden walking around during this affair, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
and
will.
people saw.
For kind of a perspective on this too, because it's a more social job, and so it's not necessarily like how many people you killed and fought in that. The exposure here is you have like getting a Leviathan hunter on your side, having them invest in your business, having other people at that party, and who there might have reason to like spread the word. So like I think we're somewhere probably between contained. I was kind of thinking that too. But the exposure is like, people at the party are going to talk. Vreen is definitely going to talk. And you have the spirit wardens that obviously got involved too. But I do agree with you. I think it was a pretty contained event overall. So that starts with 2 heat.
Okay.
You add +1 heat for a high profile or well-connected target. I am adding 1 for that because the target was Captain Panzea.
Okay.
+1 heat if it happened on hostile turf. It did not. And add 1 heat if you're at war with another faction. You're not. Add 2 heat if killing was involved. And technically,
It was
there
not.
was there was no killing. So
Not physical.
so I think that's going to be 3 heat total.
Okay.
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad.
What does
All
that bring you to with heat?
3.
3.
3.
We cleared it all
Perfect.
last time.
Perfect. We don't have anyone being incarcerated right now. Where's your wanted levels? At 1 or 2?
2.
2.
2. Okay. All right.
Please
Let's
stop
roll.
headbutting the microphone.
Let's roll for entanglements. So you're all at 3 heat, and I
Mhm.
believe we roll for entanglements twice with this crew.
Yes, we
Yes.
rolled
And we
twice
get
and
to
took one.
pick. Yeah.
All right. So y'all's wanted levels 2, so that's gonna be 2 dice. And we're rolling on the 0 to 3 heat chart. So let's roll the first one. That is a 4, which is our good old rivals are Unquiet Dead. And the second roll is a 2, which is Gang Trouble or the Usual Suspects. Do I have to? I can tell y'all what they are again if you need me to remind you. I think we know what rivals are. Quiet Dead is at this point,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Gang Trouble is one of your gangs or other cohorts causes trouble due to their flaws. This is the one we did. This one I think with the Grackles. One or last job I
Yeah.
think.
Mhm.
It's the one where you lose face, you lose rep equal to your tier +1, or you have to make an example of one of your gang members or face reprisals from the wronged party. So that's one. The other one is the Usual Suspects. That is Bluecoats grab someone in periphery to your crew. One player volunteers a friend or vice purveyor as the person most likely to be taken. Make a fortune roll to find out if they resist questioning, or pay the Bluecoats off with 1 coin. What sounds interesting to you?
I mean, rivals and Unquite Dead always sounds interesting. I guess we could go by what makes sense for what just happened.
Yeah.
I mean, we've definitely pissed off Vreen and whoever is loyal to his ass.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely had Spirit Warden involvement.
Mm-hmm.
What would be funnier?
We've always got
That's
always
always the way to go.
Steiner in the back pocket for possible complications.
He oopsied when he should have poopsied.
Yeah.
Steiner, we have to work on the whoopsie-doo.
Well, we've done both, right?
Yeah.
I think the only one on this list that y'all haven't done it at this point is the Usual Suspects.
Let's see.
I'm gonna throw my hat in with cohorts. I want some more cohorts shenanigans. I'll spare back.
Well, who do we have as I mean, we really just have the Grackles as cohorts, right? Do any of the rest of us have any other cohorts at this point?
We do need more cohorts, don't we?
Yeah, we'll work on that. We'll work on that.
Yeah, that's something that y'all can work on acquiring.
Shall we have pissed off a rival?
You know, with rivals.
I think it makes most sense.
Okay.
Unless that
Rivals
spirit
is-
warden I tried to murder is now an unquiet dead.
Either way.
Specifically on Quiet Dead is a rogue spirit is drawn to you. But we could probably flavor it either way. Yeah, Rivals is a neutral faction, throws their weight around. So I'd pick a neutral faction, and they're the ones that...
I think that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. So I'm going to put Rivals...
I think that helps to introduce some new stuff.
Yeah.
Have just the idea. All right. So that is...
Keep on dealing with the same stuff over and over, then I'm gonna start feeling samey. Like you gotta keep it fresh.
Yeah. So we can get some new factions involved that y'all haven't dealt with yet. Let's look at, we did payoff. So we're at downtime activities. Favorite part.
What would you
So let's start with the easy one. Who wants to do some stress?
Me.
I'm thinking most of you, because
Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Definitely.
where we ended last time is, except for Fume, everyone is either 1 or 2 stress away from a trauma.
Yeah. It's nasty in here.
All right, Fume,
It's
you got yours
rough.
queued up if you want to do yours. Clears 2 stress.
I've cleared 2. Yep. I wanted 6. Damn it. Because I was at 5.
All right, so that's 1 action for Fume. Clear stress. You do some of your, you do some drugs with Melvir again.
Also only 2.
Melvir also needs to clear stress.
Yeah. Melvir's always got to clear stress. It's in
Yeah.
academia. All right.
He has tenure.
Salome, did you do 1 too?
I did. I only cleared 2. I got a 2 and a 1.
Okay. So that's 1 action from the 2 of you. Grackle, you got yours queued up. Go into yours.
Here I go.
4.
Clear 4.
That's pretty good. You do some work in the downtime. Because yours is obligation. What was Salome's again? It's
Luxury.
luxury. You treat yourself. You just got a lot of money. Y'all just earned a lot of money treating
Oh my
yourself.
God. She again sits around in a pure milk bath. Like, yeah.
That good old mushroom milk.
No, the real. Hey, we got money. The real shit. Not
Yeah.
drinking it.
The
Soaking in it.
Yeah, the 1 cow in Dustfall. You managed to get some milk from it. No, there's more livestock than that. But awesome. Yeah, that sounds perfect actually. Are you because most of you are up to a modest lifestyle now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in modest, yeah.
So splurging is actually like a thing you can do. Awesome. So Van, I think you're the only one that hasn't done stress relief at this point.
Yeah,
You're
I
doing
was
some
trying. My freaking sheet's not cooperating.
no.
Yeah. I've noticed that one more multiverse has been chugging a little bit lately.
Yeah. Might be worth it, like clear cash too. I don't know how much this might store, so
It's not letting me click. What do I roll?
so you will be rolling. I'll open up your playbook. You would all of yours have 2. So you're rolling 2 dice.
Great. I like that for me.
And what's your
Pleasure.
pleasure?
I'm
Right,
very
you
Oh,
gotta
but you have to find it.
I
You have
found a
to
new
find a new one. Yeah.
Okay. So where you go, like what is what's your new vice purveyor?
Well, now that I have money, somewhere nice. Somewhere nice. A brothel, but in a different neighborhood. A one in a nice neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, the
I go
nicest,
to Dave and Buster's.
there are definitely some good brothels in Dustfall, depending on which district you're going to. I think. Let's see. You're going to a brothel though, so.
But like a nice one. Where they have other stuff too.
Okay.
Drinking and drugs and sex and
Rock and roll.
I don't know, a pool table maybe. Sounds cool.
Air hockey. You said Dave and Buster's. It's
Air hockey and
I was
air
looking to
hockey
see-
table.
I was looking to see if I had any.
Do you think if I go to the index of Blades in the Dark and look up the brothel, it'll pop up?
Maybe.
I bet it will.
Yeah. Not as many districts have just like brothels. There's a social club and night market.
That could be fun.
It's not there. No index brothel.
Oh yeah, the Delta Flight Club. I know about that.
I'm looking.
It's all good.
Probably somewhere in Silkshore.
Yeah, well, it's funny. So, Silkshore doesn't actually, as locations, doesn't have any brothels like as dedicated locations. There's a circus. I didn't realize there was a circus in Silkshore.
There is a
Hey.
circus.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
down
it's
at
called the
the
jewelry
like
box.
the ease in Silkshore is the area is like the district that has the most brothels in it. So
I'll
if
go
you
down
want to
there and
stay,
find a nice
if you want
one.
to stay close to home, yeah, you can find a new place there. Something a little more. I'd say you can find a place that's nice and a little more pedestrian than you're like traveling. in
classy.
brothel. Yeah. If you want to come up with the name, you can, but we don't do that right now.
Dave and Buster's.
Dave and
Whores
Buster's.
Devour. Oh, Dave and Buster's.
What?
Whores on parade.
Yeah, it's
Horse on parade.
Horse parade. The
Horse parade. Horse parade.
But you have to sing it like the Bulls on Parade song.
Yeah.
Horse on parade.
Horse on Parade.
All right, hold on. Brothel names.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and roll. We'll go ahead and like get your stress dealt with.
Tocha. Now they do with the
3.
Tocha.
Okay. You clear 3. Do you need me to do it? Oh, okay.
No, I got it. It just wasn't letting me roll the dice for some reason.
Weird. Okay, so that's everybody's first action.
What about the come right in?
That you thinking that's a classy establishment?
No, I didn't say that. I just thought it was funny. Hold on,
How
I'm
do
gonna
they
hold
spell
on.
it?
I'm gonna go on Reddit.
Is it C-O-M-E?
Yes.
Is it C-U-M?
It's C-O-M-E.
Is it like the come and go? Oh, R.I.P. come and go.
Oh my
I
God.
know. I
But,
can't
but
believe they're-
K-U-M?
Can't believe they're changing the name.
So sad. I think I still have a come and go lighter from back in the day. I'll treasure it always.
Oh my God. Sorry, I have to give credit to what this person has posted on Reddit because it's very good. Ready?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. C, if you're out there, you posted this 5 years ago and it's still funny. Magic Molly's Bar and Casino, and it's got a tagline that says liquor in the front, poker in the rear. But like liquor and
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's funny.
That's great.
It's good.
Real
Great
great.
tag.
I gotta get off Reddit. I gotta delete my Reddit account.
Nope. No, you don't. That's what Reddit is for.
All right. So that's one action for everyone. Let's go around for.
We also have my
second.
freebie floating
Mhm.
around. We can figure out
Freebie
what we
floating
wanna do with
around.
that.
And you can spend coin to do another one too.
I think I'm gonna do stress again, and this may be the
I am
first
too.
time that if I get a 6, then I overindulge.
Mm,
Okay.
exciting.
I know. I'm gonna chance it. We'll see what happens. Come on, 6. All the cool kids are doing it. I want to do it too. Ah, no. 4. Dang it.
Darn.
Darn it.
All right. Brings you down to 1. That's nice. Okay. Who else?
I'm gonna do stress again.
You can do stress again. Okay.
Yeah. I saw 5.
Yeah.
Come
That's too
on,
much.
6.
I got 4.
All right.
Nice.
Down to 2.
Oh, it brings me down to 1.
Oh, okay. I thought
I had
you
'Five.
had. Oh, you did have
Math.
5. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I can't do math.
You don't have to.
Who does math?
All right.
Mathematicians.
Mathematicians.
Fume and Grackle. Second actions.
I want to work on the hull some more.
My God, you said Fume and Grackle. I heard human Grackle, and I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Oh God.
Fume and Grackle.
That is
I
I,
am-
the human
I am-
Grackle.
The human Grackle, as opposed to
human
all the
Grackle.
other non-human
Exactly. I
You
thought
sound
that
like
was
a-
exactly
Have to
what they were
clarify.
I
saying.
just imagine like, yes, it is I, the human Grackle.
I'm imagining that's gonna be Grackle's vigilante persona.
Yeah.
Instead of Batman, it's
Human.
Human
Human
Grackle.
Grackle.
The human Grackle. Give me
Where
the
is
Grackle.
she?
So you
Yeah,
want to work
okay.
on your project for your
Yep.
hull? All right. So working on a long-term project. We'll go ahead. What we've been having you do?
My tinker check.
Tinker. Go for it.
Because if this pans out, this might get really funny really fast for a lot of people. Position risky standard?
Yeah.
Okay. 5 for a partial.
Okay. I think that gives you 2
Two.
segments. You also have your thing where you automatically get to allocate some segments, right?
Yeah, which means I'm going to allocate 2 segments to the hull clock.
So that's step 5 done.
Yeah, Fume.
I look up. Where are we at for? Because I think that means you're on your the last
On the
step
last
now,
step,
right?
yeah.
Oh, Will's gonna be so pleased.
Yeah.
I know what it's called.
Yes.
Twin Peaks.
Yes. Is it
All
Twin
right.
Peaks themed?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So we're adding Twin Peaks as a existing
You wind up
property.
drinking
in
crazy
so
this
much
level.
You could
coffee
have also-
there.
Crazy black and white floors. Yes.
It could also be a Bussies. Or Bucky's, sorry. That's what it's called.
What?
A
I'm
what?
sorry.
Bucky's?
I'm
That
sorry.
was a pretty
What?
genuine
I have
Freudian
a
slip there,
friend.
bud.
I have a friend who calls it the other thing, and
I
it is
see,
ingrained into my
okay.
brain. I blame you,
That
Abigail.
makes more sense.
Ah,
Yeah, Abigail.
yeah, all
Yeah.
your fault, Abigail, for sure.
I'm going to clip this and send it to her. She will agree this is her fault.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. That means you have completed the outer shell, the exterior of the hull. So it like we won't do like a reveal yet, but essentially you have like finished like the most of the hull is done. Like it is almost entirely created now. The last step is just the feature of the hull. Like what makes it unique. And I think we decided beforehand because one of the features
It was going to be lifelike appearance.
lifelike appearance. Yeah. So that is the only thing you have left to do is essentially you've created the entire hull is essentially like functional, created like all the like the plating, the gears, like all the intricate machinery that you have used Belphegor's research to Belphegor's guidance to sort of accelerate here, adding in those components. The only thing essentially right now you're doing the skin, the flesh suit that this hull wears.
And the main thing I have to do is ask Will for his pound of flesh in this.
Oh. Okay.
Excuse me?
It's got to be lifelike, right?
Okay.
Well, do you
I
need
need
like
to take his face.
Sorry. I need to
let's
play
figure-
this out. I need to play this conversation out. We'll get to back to everyone's down. I know we don't want to play scenes during downtime activity that much, but this is one that does have to be played out. So I need to know when and where and how you approach Will for this and what you're asking for.
I need sour Coke bottles for
It
this
is.
shit.
It is on a morning when the jewelry box is like closed for maintenance and upkeep and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That Fume calls Will down to the basement, and from the camera perspective, it is the tarp pole flourish, but you see only from like the back angle of the hull to the shot of Fume and Will standing there.
So Will is there, like, has a bar towel over his shoulder, looking kind of like it's morning, he's fresh and everything, but as you reveal the whole like, we get the shot from just like seeing just the basics of the gear work and machinery and everything. He looks at us, says, jeez, I don't even, you made this?
Well, I do some of my finest work underground.
It looks amazing. It's hard to believe that this will be Nala.
With a foot, Fume slides a crate across the floor to in front of the hull, pulls a bottle and 2 glasses from like a satchel at his side and plants them on top, and will pull like some stools out and sit down and beckons Will to sit with him.
Yeah, Will sits like eyeing the machine, kind of like it's like a few more times, just looking at it, just kind of dumbfounded in this moment. Sits across from you and takes the offered glass.
My guesstimation is she will be ready soon. I'll have to talk to Lady Salome and Glass about setting up your new lives, and that's about it. Well, how much pain would you go through for your family?
I'd do anything.
Good, this will be an easy conversation then.
I'm
You
sorry.
see-
Are you talking like literally? Like, wait, okay. I'm just
Yes.
we've been doing this long. I'm just gonna let you explain, and you tell me, and then I'll react.
To get the most lifelike appearance, to make sure we ensure that young Nala's identity as a whole can remain as secretive as possible, I need to make her epidermis from scratch.
You used a word there that I don't.
I need to make her skin.
Oh.
And in
Okay.
my testings and findings, though morally dubious as they are, a grafted sample is usually what's best. And what is the closest thing I can get my hands on currently to Nala's skin is yours. We share partially the same DNA. It should take pretty well.
I'm sorry. You need my skin
Oh,
to-
not like a lot.
because I am using it.
Yes, it's going to hurt. For a while.
How much you need?
Looks at the hull exoskeleton, looks at him. How quickly do you want her to grow back full skin?
I don't want her to be stuck like this any longer than she has to.
From Fume's satchel, he has moved the glasses and bottle away, tears a page out of his notebook, and draws basically a 5x5 inch square. That's the least I need.
How long would it take? after you had with that amount, how long would it take?
It will depend on the quality of the chemicals I can get, but with this, maybe another 2 weeks at minimum.
But it could take longer.
It could if I got a small sample, but this is what is both healthy for you and a good time frame for Nala.
I'm just gonna make a fortune roll here real quick.
Oh no!
All right. It's a 6. Will kind of thinks on it for a bit and says that takes like downs the rest of his drink and says, "We're getting into Mender, and I've only got about a month until I got to get back out. I want as much time with her as I can. How much more can you take without killing me?"
Comfortably another 5. Another square of this.
Do it.
Well, you're in good hands, and I bid you good night. Can I flash back to say that he had drugged the wine that he...
Yeah. He looks at you. Will you...
Just yank his arm to
Fume.
steady him.
Yeah. Just the last, like, damn it, Fume.
It's really
just
expecting him to be like, not again.
kind of drops against you, kind of leaning, falling on your shoulder. You steady him, and able to, like, ease him down somewhere.
I think the last scene we get is Fume walking over to one of those brass pipes and popping it open. Grackle,
Yeah.
can you do me a very huge favor? There's a pouch of coin underneath my bed. Can you hire a bartender for tonight? Will and I will be indisposed.
All right.
Thank you. Click.
Roll. I'm going to do another fortune roll here. I'm giving you 2 free clicks on the whole step 6. You are able to get the sample you need because he is willing to endure more. It accelerates the process.
Damn it, Will's a good character.
If you kill this poor young man,
Yep.
It's the Cobb punishment for you.
With
Yeah.
a 6, my initial fortune roll was like 2-part to see like what he would be willing to agree to, and also whether with a 6 he agrees to it and you're good. With like a mixed success, he would have agreed to it, and it would have been dicey whether or not like how well he was recovered from it afterwards.
Nice.
With a lower roll, he probably just wouldn't have agreed to any. He would have given you the minimum. So,
Can we keep him?
so I'm not going to get into the gratuities of it, but you were able to get the sample that you need.
just remember he does manual labor for a living, so just like try to pick a spot that's not.
Yeah, and I
Oh,
think with that, it's super easy.
I still have a dose of my Aquavitae,
Yeah.
which is the heal potion that I have.
Yeah,
I'll use it
I mean,
on Will to get him back on his feet.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I think that definitely helps, like with the pain and like the initial healing. I think the easiest way to do it is like you take it from like a section where like because it's going to be like scar tissue forming there is going to be like rough to move around with, and especially like doing manual labor. Are y'all? Here's my question: he's been working at the bar and receiving like payment through it. Are you going to give him some like paid time off?
Oh, of course.
Cool. I'm gonna say
Full PTO. I mean, like, Fume and the doctor sort of our, healthcare plan, which he definitely gets to take part in. And yes, he gets PTO, 100%.
So the recovery isn't like, it's rough, and you can see he like grins and bears it, and like does not complain even once about the pain afterwards. It's like even volunteering like to keep working, and you're like having to push him out the door, like go get some rest. But you take it maybe from like 2 different spots, like so that it is less like of one massive scar and 2 places to like heal faster. I think most of like you kind of have to like, I think it's a combination of like the healing and like cauterizing to for like the initial process. He's gonna end up with some pretty big scars from it, but he will heal fine from it.
It is like
Which
first-rate
means-
care from Fume, by the way.
Which means this guy is walking evidence that you have made a hull. Just letting you know.
Yeah. We're playing Blades in the Dark for the consequences.
Yeah,
And granted, the hull is walking evidence that you've made a hull, but now there's 2.
that's true.
I myself am walking evidence I've made a hull.
That's true. There's a lot of walking evidence that you made a hole. And a spirit warden did see your lab upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, there may be some consequences there later. But for now, you are at 2 out of 6 for completing this project. And yeah, that's Fume's second downtime action. You can still we'll go back around. You can still spend coin, or if the free one is still up for grabs, you might have another. So that's Fume. Damn, that was metal. All right. Who wants to go next?
I think we all have done our 2 now, haven't we? Because everyone did. You
I've
haven't
got
done your
one
second?
Grackle hasn't done it. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Our heat is still pretty good right now, right?
Y'all at 3. Yeah,
At 3.
y'all pretty good.
Shoot, I should have been looking for. I was
Something to
too
do.
invested. I should have been looking for another option.
Damn you, story.
Damn you. Well, I don't need to heal. I don't need to really. I could train.
Yeah, it's always a good option.
On the other hand, I have had fun rolling twice for stress.
I'll also remind you, y'all were just asking about cohorts too. If y'all wanted to acquire an asset or something.
Would you? Okay. Should I acquire an asset in Steiner and like upgrade him to full-on cohort?
Yeah,
Oh,
that sounds great.
yeah. So
And he can
kind of
cause
the
us
way that
trouble
this-
later, too.
the way that it kind of goes with Blades in the Dark is you can so you do like an acquire asset roll. Assets are usually temporary, and then you can then do like a project or to like continue like to keep that asset later on. You've kind of already the thing I'm trying to decide here is, do I even make you acquire, because you have Steiner. I'm debating whether I just say we start the project clock on like what it is you're doing to like get Steiner.
Because we've even done a project on getting Steiner like a new identity. So he's like,
You did actually. That is
Set,
true.
but-
So we've done a lot of legwork for Steiner at this point. That's a really good point. I probably should have just given you him as a cohort initially. Now I'm thinking about it. Y'all probably have done the work to get Steiner as a cohort now. I don't know why I didn't give that to you before. Yeah, fuck it. Let's retcon that, because I should have done that before.
I mean, I'm okay on like the delayed acquisition of that.
Yeah.
That makes sense because he would have
he's
had to lay
surly
low
and
for some time.
stubborn. So we had to
Yeah.
spend the extra time, you know?
So I'm gonna add him to your sheet.
Oh well.
Um,
Oh my god. I'm gonna do that thing where I like slowly like acquire like more and more people in my found family to eventually go
Yeah.
and uh,
I need to find where are the things about cohorts. Oh, go. Why don't I? Indexes are in books for a reason.
bleh.
Cohort. Looks like it's mostly around page 95.
Quality and scale equals tier. I'm looking at my cheat sheet. I don't have the book open, but there's some information here. It's all shorthand type stuff.
All right, cohort. We're wanting to have Steiner as an expert, and Steiner is not a gang on his own. So, I guess. Well, it really depends. No, I think this makes more sense as an expert, because their assassin is literally a type of expert you can have. All right. So an expert has a quality equal to your crew's tier plus 1. Their scale is always 0, 1 person. Your experts will increase in quality when your crew moves up in tier. Steiner will be quality 2. And then we have to decide on edges and flaws for Steiner. When you create a cohort, give them 2 edges and an equal number of flaws. This was interesting because we've already established his character, so it's kind of just like finding the ones that fit with his character at this point. So
You tell me we get to edge this man?
so we can give them 1 or 2 edges and an equal number of flaws. There's fearsome, cohort is terrifying in aspect and reputation. That kind of fits. Independent, cohort can be trusted to make good decisions and act on their own initiative. Also kind of fits.
That
Loyal,
fits, yeah.
Cohort can't be bribed or turned against you. Again, could make that one work too. Tenacious, the cohort won't be deterred from attack. I think honestly, all 4 of those could fit for Steiner. We just need to pick which one or 2 would be we actually want to like make a mechanic.
I think it's more interesting if loyal isn't his
I think so too. Yeah.
I did
I
say
think
he
it's
could
more
be
interesting that
bought,
way.
just the
Yeah.
price hadn't been high enough.
Yeah. I think independent fits, and I think what was the first one?
Fearsome.
Fearsome. Yeah.
I honestly think I think that's right on the money.
That makes sense.
Because I think the other 2, loyal and tenacious, are probably like loyal. He could be brought. Is an assassin, is a gun for hire, and then tenacious. I mean, he's also not going to kind of. He will give up on something if it's not gonna turn out in his favor.
If Grackle was a cohort, she would be loyal and tenacious.
Loyal and tenacious.
Yeah.
But Steiner knows when to give up.
All right, so we need to give an equal amount of flaws. Principled, the cohort has an ethic or value that it won't betray. Savage, the cohort is excessively violent and cruel. Unreliable, the cohort isn't always available due to other obligations, stupefaction from their vices, etc. For Steiner, that would probably be other obligations.
Yeah.
Or actually, we could frame it as the fact that he's wanted and has a lot of heat on him.
It could just potentially be a bad situation for him specifically.
And then wild, the cohort is drunken, debauched, and loudmouth. I don't think that fits Steiner.
No.
So I think it's going to be one of the first 3, or 2 of the first 3.
Yeah. Unreliable fits really well, just lore-wise.
I think so too. And I'll mark because due to wanted level. So that we know that is the reasoning for being unreliable.
Right. Yeah.
So we need either principled, has an ethic or values that it won't betray, or savage, cohorts excessively violent and cruel. I honestly think savage kind of fits pretty well.
Do you think? I was gonna say principled
I mean, I think either one works, to be honest.
because
He's
'Cause
only
it's-
gonna take. He said it in his little interview. He's like, I'm only taking jobs where you tell me I'm hunting some asshole down and killing him. Like that's my job. So
all right.
So, if we do principled, I do want to give a little qualification there too, what we're considering his principles. I think,
Because he never came for Grackle.
yeah,
He was clearly following some sort of code of ethics there.
yeah. I mean, it's really like we'll only take jobs where the cost exceed, like the benefits exceed the cost. Like, is not going to do things altruistically. Is not going to do things if whatever risk to himself is greater than the payoff. So, yeah, I'll just do risk versus.
Once again,
reward.
savage is Grackle.
That is true. That is true. I was thinking in my head the scene of him like butchering the dudes at the
that's true.
prison.
That's covered
but
by Fearsome, though.
That is covered by Fearsome. Yeah, it's more of like a positive spin on it, and not that he is just going to absolutely like just
Decimate a
brutalize somebody.
mofo.
Yeah, he's a little
Yeah.
more controlled. Yeah.
Okay, that is Steiner.
Sweet.
Rad. That wasn't, and also that wasn't a move. So,
Yeah, you can still do your thing.
Do it.
let's do it.
Can we upgrade him now? Like, can you use your turn to like? Is there a way to upgrade cohorts, or
So
is that
modifying cohorts takes 2 crew upgrades,
just? Got it. Okay.
because technically a crew
Ah.
thing.
Got it.
And then, yeah, we haven't gotten into cohort harm yet. I need to put your Grackles in more danger. Yeah, I'm debating. Has he healed yet? I'm gonna start him fresh. He wasn't involved in this last thing, so because they all heal during downtime. Yeah, there's been 2 downtimes since he got hurt.
All right, I'm
Okay.
gonna roll for my vice. You guys cool with that?
Do it.
Alrighty, off we go.
Yeah. Woo.
Well,
Woo.
Ooh.
Here we
boy.
go. Here we go,
All right.
y'all.
I did it again.
Again. I overindulged.
Got lost in the sauce.
Ooh, baby, baby.
Oh my god. All right, so same 4 options. Attract trouble, where we roll additional entanglement. Brag, you gain 2 heat. Lost, your character disappears for a few weeks. Or tapped, your current purveyor cuts you off. Find a new source for your vice.
if Grackle gets tapped, I think that has some interesting story.
Because right now you've been doing work for Salome.
She has.
Yeah.
That could be really interesting. Like, you're just. Like, we could play that out, but Salome's just like, you're working too much. You need to stop. Like, no more. We're not doing this anymore. Nah.
We could. Let's explore narrative consequences of these and which direction we want to go with it. Because she also does bounty work on the side.
Mhm.
It could just be that she no longer can do bounty work. So
Oh, yeah.
because she needs to start laying low.
Yeah, I guess your work necessarily wasn't actually your vice wasn't working for Salome. Your vice was doing an odd job, was doing the bounties and stuff on the side. Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I like that. Maybe like
Ooh.
So,
You
so
got
now,
made somehow, or
oh my god,
She just
Fume-
completed every side quest in the game.
Essentially,
There's nothing
yeah.
left. You go to an
I
empty
like
jobs
more
board.
the like the blue like given where your standing is now and like the kind of heat and infamy that's on your crew.
There are people recognizing her. Like
She has an endgame weapon from doing that one side quest.
It's getting too hot for Grackle to be doing odd jobs. Which means she now only works in the jewelry box. And Fume told her to hire a bartender. Grackle's the bartender.
Okay. So you're going to stick with obligation as your vice.
Yeah.
And go from doing bounty work to doing to working at the jewelry box.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
If Vivi could see you now.
I do like the plot though that you are no longer like because I imagine most of your bounties you were getting like from the blue coats, and that has gotten a bit dicey, especially given y'all's recent interactions with the blue coats. So.
It could also be she needs to support her lie to the captain. Yeah. Okay.
I like it.
Okay. Everything's coming together.
Alrighty.
We still have a spare one just floating. Right?
There is, and y'all think about that. I'm gonna start working on faction downtime.
Okay.
We need to do our gambling den.
Oh, and the gambling den, yes. Okay, so we have to minus heat, right?
Yes. Okay. Tier roll minus heat.
Tier roll minus heat. Okay, so that's 1. Okay, 4, so minus 3. So we get 1.
$1.
$1.
We don't have room in the vault. Who wants the extra $1?
Fume, why don't you take it? Because you only took 1 last time. And you're gonna be buying shit. Or, you know what? Since she's working in now that she's bartending, why doesn't Grackle take it? She only took 1.
That's tips.
Tips.
That's tips. Yeah, okay, I'll take it.
I was actually going to offer it to Fume to work on the hull more. Now that you're in the
give
end
it to
game.
Fume then.
The action, not the
no,
coin.
not the action, not the coin. You take the coin, the freebie action.
I'm looking.
Those are your tips.
No, your tips. You earned those
earned
tips.
those tips.
No.
Most of them are from glass.
Yeah,
I was all like,
absolutely.
I was like, I clearly misheard.
Oh no! Oh no!
Glass has been the one that keeps putting money in the tip jar.
I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, take it. Do more hull. Whoa!
Yeah, baby.
Yes, bud.
That's
6 for
That's a
3
6.
successes. Hey Val.
That's all of them.
No.
Isn't that
that's-
coin?
No, one more.
Not?
I'm gonna spend a coin to finish
Spend
it.
that coin. Spend that coin. Finish it.
Do
Finish
it.
Okay. Damn,
Yeah.
you really made progress. Actually, this fits pretty perfectly.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We'll get to that in a second. I'm quickly doing faction stuff here too.
Yeah.
Y'all
Oh
are
my
going
god!
up-
Yeah.
2 steps in one day. Oh.
y'all are going up to status 2 with the Leviathan Hunters.
Yes, best buds.
Y'all are going. Where
So
are
plus
the-
2.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
With the ink rakes, y'all are going to status 0.
Yes,
Okay.
very
Yeah.
good,
Fucking
excellent.
take it. Fucking
They
take it.
fucking hated us last
Yeah,
week.
they did. We were this close to war with them. That's awesome.
With the Spirit Wardens, you go down to -2.
Oops.
That tracks.
Can't win them all.
It's fine. Honestly, I care more about the Inkreks liking us.
Yes.
The Spirit Wardens are never going to like us.
No.
And I think that's it for factions that were impacted by your.
Is Vreen in a faction?
Vreen is not in
Okay.
a faction now.
Do you know what he is in?
Trouble.
The fucking canal. Yeah, Trouble's a good one too.
Yeah, I
Deep
think
shit.
that is.
Deep shit.
Deep
If he keeps this up, it's the cob for him.
Mhm.
That's what I'm calling it now when we lock people in our vault and leave them there to rot.
We're gonna
Yeah.
put him on the cob.
Put him in the cob.
We've cobbled them.
Just sounds like we're
Alright.
saying cab really bad.
The cab.
And the
Give me the
cob.
cob.
Cash cab for Cutie.
Put him in a body. Put him in a car. Put him in a body car. No, it's not happening. It's not happening.
Yeah,
What's
we'll workshop that.
Call a car.
Call him a cob.
But not for me.
Oh, the worst.
Oh boy. The last thing here. Two
Oh,
other
chat
things
says,
that
"What's
happened.
in the cob?"
So we're doing like a couple of weeks passing during this downtime, all of this stuff happening. A
We gotta do
couple
our
of other things going on because
crew
we're gonna
level up.
resolve. We're gonna say this whole thing is resolving at the end of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we
What's
do
up?
all of our
Moonshine
crew
is
leveling
free.
up shit now or after what you're about to say?
We can do it after. Let me.
Okay.
I'll get through this, then we can do that because.
Sure thing.
The biggest changes. Well, let's do the foundation is going up to tier 5.
Woof.
Who's that
during
again?
this time.
That's
the-
who
that's the
Baron
Baron.
That's the
is
Baron?
involved
That's the
in.
Baron.
I thought so.
And so
Wait,
tier
was
5
he tier 4 before?
Tier 4, yeah.
Dang it.
But he's got a lot of connections.
Get back here.
Get back here.
Catch him.
Yeah, we did all the adjustments for status. I need to roll some.
In my head,
Uh,
when all the factions are like going up and down in size and like all the stuff, I'm just imagining like wrestling like a ladder match. It's like all of these crazy people trying to climb a ladder.
I'm gonna roll 5 dice for this.
Just knocking each other down. Whoa!
Damn,
that's a
a
crit.
success.
That's three.
That's like a triple crit.
Three
That's
sixes. Is there
What's
like
that do? Did we break the game? We broke the game. We have to
Um,
They
restart the
broke
game.
yeah.
DIS development. What does that mean?
I'll explain that in a second.
This one right here.
Dis.
This
What
one
is-
or
Not
that
that one.
quick, what does dis stand for?
We all jump.
I'll tell you in a
Uh,
second. Or y'all can make up something while I'm trying to do this.
Development is super.
Development.
Development is secretive.
Yeah,
Development.
This is a secret.
Dis is secrets.
Another one?
Holy shit!
That's
Oh,
another
what?
crit.
You.
How what are
need
you
to roll-
doing?
What is
Unfortunately,
happening?
I'm
Forever.
rolling the faction downtime actions. So
No, I know that. I'm saying like, what's going on with you?
Yeah,
Is
I'm gonna
that good or
explain.
bad for us? I just want
bad.
to know.
Fuck. What?
The during the next couple of weeks, a lot happens
God.
in the city. While y'all are working, like y'all have made some great strides. The jewelry box is now refurbished, refinanced. You have clientele coming in at all hours of operation. You have more work. Like there are more. You both have more like workers coming in, more courtesans seeking work through your establishment. You have applications for like bartenders and cleaning staff and things like that coming through. Both with the acclaim that comes from the Skurlock's association with you, the Captain Pansia's association with you. The jewelry box is quickly turning into like the premier brothel in Silkshore over those few weeks. In addition, though, other things happening within the city, pieces moving, major players taking actions. There is a lot of buzz around the Lord John Meriden establishing as the new Minister of Sparkcraft and Hull Creation. Very quickly establishes the Duskfalls Institute of Sparkcraft, or DIS. A factory is taken over in the night market that has been retrofitted and utilized for whole design and development, and the the design of new holes for private use for citizens to sort of invest and sort of secure their futures after death. During this time,
Sorry, I'm having
they-
massive Neon Souls flashbacks.
yeah, it kind of goes along those lines. There are two major departments to DIS. There's whole design and development. They recruit a lot from the university to bring in Sparkcraft specialists looking for the more sophisticated whole designs. Some rumors circulating about designs so perfect that they could fully mimic, you couldn't tell them apart from a human. And them working on these sophisticated hulls. I think, Fume, that probably perks your ears first, as well as the Spectral Transfer Registry, which is essentially a more like clerical department that works with the ministry to register citizens by essentially paying for like insurance through the ministry to ensure their heartstones are transferred to hulls on the event of their
The
passing.
Baron invent life insurance?
Essentially, the
God
most
damn it.
extreme form of life
What a
insurance.
fucking racket.
The development process is going well. They're still in the early stages. Most of this is kind of like in a blue sky period where they are working on like what this will look like. But you see throngs of people crowding in Charter Hall at the ministry's office to register their heartstones. There is just a thrum through the city. Everyone's like in a fervor about registering this because it is the promise of immortality. While the city council and the ministry working hand in hand for this see a growth, see their coffers swelling as a result, there is dissent amongst the people, devotees to the Church of the Ecstasy of the Flesh, the state-run religion of the closest thing to a state religion of Dustfall and the Empire. Major players and members of the church are strongly protesting these actions. There are accusations, debates going on over the nature of these transfers, these hulls, accusations of the corrupting influence of a spirit being transferred to a being sort of maintained in such a way, and this focus on the preservation of the spirit over that of the body. As such, the church announces an investigation and an inquisition specifically aimed at the development going on within the walls of DIS. Though they haven't had any traction at actually getting the city council to authorize them to go into a formal investigation, to produce paperwork, to fully comprehend exactly the research that's going on there, and what these holes, how they are created. The DIS and Lord Meriden, who is the owner of this new business, is mostly arguing of like proprietary knowledge. While these arguments are going on in an official capacity, you see a heavy increase in a presence of church acolytes on the city streets, essentially accosting people and terrorizing them for registering for these for this program. As such, you see a lot of tension in the streets amongst the ordinary citizenry being targeted for seeking out this registry and these services. That all being said, things in Dustfall are not looking great. So that is kind of the progress of those 2 weeks. Before we get into what happens with the hull and with Will and Nala, let's talk about your crew and the upgrades you take and the things you focus on as a crew with this knowledge and these developments in mind.
This is deeply unsettling.
Extremely.
I just wanted to say that.
Sure. I didn't mean it to be settling. That's for sure.
So, are any of you going to get
Oh,
registered?
Vacant stare.
Maybe. Perhaps.
I think it's a sham, really.
Of course it is. So yeah, let's get that hold from weak to strong, huh, fellas?
Yeah.
All right, let's do that first. So, if we want to increase your crew's hold, crew advancement.
So we all just kind of stare at the table and drink. No, we're too busy for that. We got shit to do. We got business
We
to run.
got so much shit to do.
No time for existential crisis.
I've hired
Can't have an
Pearl.
existential crisis if you throw your consciousness into your work and become a workaholic.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now you now you
Yeah,
get it.
I do. Thank
All right,
you for saying that.
so
I'm so glad you said that.
So if you fill your rep tracker, oh wait, okay, so you need 12 rep to fill your rep tracker. When you
Which
fill
we
the
got.
tracker, do one of the following. If your hold is weak, it becomes strong. Reset your rep to 0.
Okay.
You don't have to pay anything for this
Okay,
one.
so it's just for tearing up.
Just for tiering up.
Great.
Rad.
So y'all now have
We
our tier 1 stronghold.
So next time we can become tier 2.
Yes.
Great, we gotta level up too.
Yes.
Yeah. What developments do y'all want to take?
So we can take an ability or 2 upgrades.
Ooh. That's exciting.
So the upgrades we have left, we actually have quite a few.
Yeah.
Can't really be a secret layer.
No, we can get a carriage and some goats.
Okay.
We could get a boat and a dock and a boat shack. We could get a workshop.
A gift from the captain, just like, something to get us around the canals.
We can we also have the training ones we can get. We can do
Oh, yeah.
insight training, resolve training, or personal training.
And I'll also say, as far as like hidden layer goes, if y'all decided you wanted to take something like that, it would essentially just be a further separation of your business facing side of the jewelry box from like your activities.
Yes.
Like we'd probably find some way to create more of like a secret place for y'all to keep your shit.
Yeah, so it says your lair has a secret location and it's disguised. If it's discovered, we can use downtime activities and coin to hide it again.
Yeah. So y'all could essentially take all of your operations, all the illicit experiments and equipment.
Mostly Fume stuff out
Mostly
of it.
Fume stuff.
Just move stuff
You
off
We
site.
can
and
move
you could
Fume
move it
out of the
somewhere
basement
secret.
finally.
And also y'all would have somewhere secret to retreat back to if things went
Yeah.
bad.
You
So
wouldn't
that
want to
is
go straight
the-
to the
training
jewelry box
ones.
getting chased.
yeah.
And
Not
then
to
there's
say-
New
not to-
cohorts are also under crew upgrades.
yes, it takes 2 upgrades to get a new cohort. And then 2 upgrades to add an additional type to an existing cohort.
Okay.
And then there's also all of the quality upgrades, which essentially just we would pick like weapons or tools or whatever, and it just makes the quality rating of all of our stuff
Better.
of that type go up. Or we got a couple of shadows upgrades that we haven't taken.
Yeah, so you can take a new special ability or 2 crew upgrades.
2 upgrades, yeah.
Didn't we want to do the collaboration one where 1/6 counts?
That's synchronized. When you perform a group action, you may count multiple 6s as a critical success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if y'all want to
Take that.
take that and benefit more from group actions.
We could
Do a
take
lot of
ghost
group actions.
echoes. I'm just saying.
With ghost echoes, does that mean that because we can see them, the rest of us that aren't glass already don't have like the immediate fear factor of
Those
seeing
are
into the ghost
those are
field?
separate abilities usually. I have a
Okay.
separate ability that's specifically for like you're immune to the.
So
Yeah,
we
you-
see this shit, but
Mhm.
it can still freak us the fuck out.
You can
Yeah,
see it.
we're
interact
able
with
to
them.
identify it.
Yeah, we haven't
Okay.
really talked about it much, but yeah, glass essentially experiences like this, like an overlay of the city at all times of like being able to
Yeah, I can
see
see into the ghost field.
spectral energies and things moving.
I just
throughout
see
the city.
ghosts all the time, ghosts and echoes and stuff.
Wizard eyes.
I've got special eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
Let's see.
My brain.
We could also get second story when you execute clandestine infiltration, which we do quite
We
a
do a great
bit.
deal.
You get an extra die to the engagement roll.
And then we get to choose.
To the engagement roll,
To engagement, yeah. So we just
not
get
entanglement.
Oh, I keep getting those mixed up.
Well, they do
Yeah.
sound kind of like
They
similar
do.
words.
Yeah, engagement is the roll you make at the beginning to see like how good y'all are doing at the
Up
start
to the
of a
point
job.
where we crash in. Yeah.
Or we
Yeah.
could go ahead and dump 2 into steady, and then on our next upgrade, we would all get an extra stress box because it costs 3.
Ooh.
an extra stress box to play around with. Yeah.
means I really got to work to get one of you trauma before you get that.
Yeah, so we
It's
would-
harder for me.
Yeah, so we'd all have
RJ's
10.
very much on his way.
We'd all have 10 instead of 9. Or we could like put 1 in that and then 1 in something else and just kind of keep chipping away at steady as we level up.
Yeah.
If we
I'll
wanted
also
to-
mention too, because this is something that I was looking into with the cohort
so many
stuff.
good
If y'all
things.
decide to get like a gang, like of a certain type, you like if you get a cohort, you get a gang that's like a group that you have that can do things for you and help you with things, and then your shadows upgrades let you get elite versions of the
Mhm.
rooks and the skulks.
Yeah.
Neat.
So they get better. And the new
if we-
cohort we can do as many times as we want. That was clear
Yeah.
when you've created a new cohort. So we just dump 2 into that. We get a new cohort. We can do that as many times as we want.
I mean, if we do that, we could recruit Smash and Grab.
We could make them a cohort.
Yeah,
We're
and
gonna
if I
promote them
actually-
to associate.
Yeah.
Which would make sense since we're getting all of these like new employees and stuff. Like maybe we just hire them on full time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Hell yeah.
I'm down for it.
Let's do
Let's
it.
2 and 2 for two,
Taking-
1 for smash and 1 for grab.
There you go. They're
Alright, let's
packaged.
recruit Caitlin and John.
Yeah,
I love
and I'll
that.
mention too, y'all at tier 1, so you'd have a small gang,
Mhm.
which would be like 3 to 6 people. As
Okay.
your tier
And some of
goes
their
up,
buddies.
So smash
as your
and grab
tier
and-
goes up, your gang type cohorts get more people to them. So like
Nice.
Yeah.
at tier 2 it's 12, at tier 3 it's 20, at tier 4 it's 40, at tier
Yeah.
5 it's 80.
Yeah.
Organization.
Absolutely. Let's do
I
that.
love it.
This is
Let's
getting
do it.
extremely Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and I'm having a great time.
And it'll make jobs easier as y'all have more people, more than just the Grackles, to take some pressure off of you.
Oh my god.
Which also means a
So-
lot more can go wrong.
Yeah.
Does that mean that my flock of Grackles is technically a type of gang?
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
so
gay.
we had
That-
your Grackles are technically the ability from the the Hound gave you an expert. We just flavored that as multiple Grackles, but they are one unit.
Ah, damn. We can't bees this, can we?
All right, so
Unfortunate.
let's look at the gang types because we're gonna want them to be either rooks or skulks,
Yeah.
so we can
That
get
was
them to
95.
elite status.
Bokai. Bokai.
Creating gang.
Because once we can use one of our shadow upgrades
Yeah,
to give them. They get an
so-
extra die to their quality roll
Yeah.
essentially.
Rooks are con artists, spies, and socialites. Skulks
Probably not
are
bad.
scouts, infiltrators, and thieves.
Smash and grab sound like skulks to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we're going with that.
Yeah, the Smash and Grab would definitely be skulks. And then, the elite feature, what we were talking about, gives your crew +1 die when they roll for a given type. So, if they do something that is within their type, then they get an extra die that they get to roll, kind of like an expert does.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, they're on the sheet.
I love it.
Rad. Yay.
All right.
We have to
So you
give
got
Do they
Smash
get-
and Grab on
Do
there.
they get edges and flaws?
I was
No,
gonna
not only experts get edges and flaws.
Can
Yeah,
we
and it
bring
typically-
on the doctor as an expert
You mean
at some
Melvir?
point, and Melvir as an expert at some point? Because doctor is one of the expert options as well.
And we're gonna flavor this as like it's Smash and Grab and the like couple of people they work with too.
Yeah.
They bring them with it because it's
Yeah.
6 people.
6 people.
So, yeah.
Just
Love
Fume
it.
walks into like their hideout one day,
Oh, you already
drops a
changed it.
chest.
Oh yeah, I don't
All right, I'm hiring all of you permanently. Let's go.
I imagine there's a little like meeting where it's like the 4 of you on one side of a table and the 6 of them on another side of the table, and y'all are like negotiating terms in a and of your business arrangement. So we need to do the same thing again for edges and flaws for your
Oh,
They
yeah.
do
Thank you.
get edges and flaws.
Yes.
yes.
Everyone's getting personal grackles.
You know, it'd be cool. We open up like a side restaurant where they can work during the day.
Is it? It's a money laundering scheme.
Well, what's
Yeah,
the next thing
and we'll
on
call
the
that
map?
one. We'll call that one Dine and Dash, and Smash and Grab are the managers.
Yay!
Tavern is literally sitting right there on the grid.
Yeah.
Oh, yo.
We
Yo.
do it.
So
Let's
let's
do
talk.
it.
Let's talk about what edges and flaws you want them to have. So again, the edges are you can do 1 or 2. You don't have to do 2. You can do 1.
Right, 1 or 2. Got it.
Yeah,
Let's-
it's just however many edges you pick. You also
Oh,
pick
you
that
do
number
give
of
them that.
And
flaws.
these
Okay.
flaws.
Yeah, let's pick the
Sorry.
one we want the most. What are the options?
So it's fearsome,
Tenacious.
Some
Independent.
independent, loyal, and tenacious.
I like the idea.
This is a
of
scrappy
tenacious.
crew, yeah.
Yeah,
Tenacious.
tenacious D.
Do we want to go with loyal too? I feel like they're like ride or die to Fume at the very least.
Yeah,
I'm down.
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I'm asking Fume. That's just the vibe that I got. But
I feel like fearsome doesn't fit. And if you make them independent, then like I feel like that's something that fits better for one individual
Yeah.
rather than a group. Because
Yeah.
it specifically says they act on their own initiative in the absence of direct orders. This sounds like somebody that needs to be.
Like, we need to call them in just to do
Yeah,
things
essentially
for
they
us.
will
Yeah.
not do anything unless you specifically give them the command. To.
They're union.
they're
union.
unionized.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So we need 2 flaws.
And Van, are you adding these to the sheet? Or
yes.
You want me to? Okay, cool. And,
Wild.
flaws
maybe?
option are principled, savage, unreliable, and wild.
I think they're a wild bunch.
They're
I
wild.
think
Wild
these
They're
are,
a wild bunch.
These are
We
the
need one
These are the
more.
tussle boys. These are the rowdy kids.
Rowdy Rough Boys.
And then principled because union.
Principled.
That was like 3/4 of the negotiation. They were like, "So we're unionized." It's like, "Oh, okay, no, we're not union busting here. We appreciate that."
Yeah, absolutely. You-
Okay, I do want you to put in parentheses, but next to principled union
Unionized.
for
Yeah.
unionized.
Which would mean that when we're on a job and the whistle blows, they just fuck off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
Yeah,
only work.
yeah.
They will only work at specific hours.
Yep.
They work hard.
okay.
They
They
play
work
hard.
from dusk to wine, and then they're just out. You
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah.
that's it.
I will say, like
That is
yeah,
what
they'll-
principled and wild is. They work hard. They play hard. Like
Absolutely.
I love that. I love that for that.
I like
They will
these
like
fellas.
only work a
Love 'em.
job for like a maximum of like 4 hours, and then
Mhm.
you
They
know,
take
like,
their
in your-
mandated breaks.
Yeah, and then
Yes.
yeah.
And that's where the rest of
Grackle.
Grackle's tips come from.
There you go.
That's perfect.
This crew teaches the Grackles how to unionize. No, the Grackles taught this group how
The
to
Grackles taught
unionize.
them how to
How to
unionize.
unionize? Yeah.
Yeah, Moonshine.
Moonshine is now president of the union.
Oh,
He was voted in.
He was
was
voted
unanimously.
in. He was unanimously voted in. President Moonshine
Okay.
of the
I'm-
Grackle Union of the GU.
I'm taking this to its wildest possible conclusion.
Excellent.
We make a hull and we put moonshine in a hull.
Make
Yes.
Moonshine a person.
a Grackle pot, but it's not like a magical. It is literally like a mech suit.
Yeah,
Oh
Like,
my
he's just in
god!
there-
And when
he's
we
in there hitting
overthrow,
buttons.
the Baron and we get rid of him, guess who takes his job?
President Moonshine.
President
Moonshine!
Moonshine. All right, we have a new goal, and it's put Moonshine in. We're gonna make Moonshine the emperor.
Yes. Yes.
Guides and tributes.
Fucking here for it.
Oh my god.
Fucking here.
He starts.
Human Grackle.
He starts.
Human Grackle!
Human
We did it! We got there!
We spent so much time debating whether we could. We never stopped to think about whether we should.
And did it save? I didn't see.
As
I
it
didn't-
is a
Oh, sorry, I was
Save
still
it.
clicked into the window.
Ah,
yeah.
there we go. Cool.
Wow, and you know what
Well,
they'll
y'all-
say? This country's gone to the bird.
This really went from in this one downtime. Y'all went from just having the Grackles to having a gang and an assassin.
We can afford to
on your
pay
side, too.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gang.
Yeah.
We got
Assassin.
money, honey.
Yep.
We got a bit. We got this off a big job.
I
A
love
completed
this.
hull.
This is so good. All right, we're gonna do. We'll
Shit
go-
the hull.
yeah, we're gonna do that, and then we'll take our break. I want to see the aftermath of this.
Is there anything else we
Shady.
needed to do?
Aftermath.
Got our XP sussed out. The vault is full. The hold is strong. The rep is at 2.
We are
Ball is rolling up.
moisturized, thriving
that's
in
it.
our lane.
Ball is rolling up.
Yo,
Ball is life.
it's about
Alright.
to be
A girl fight.
obedient servant summer. Like hot girl summer.
Sisyphus really did say ball is life.
Alrighty.
Married to the old ball and chain.
Blah.
So
Why do we keep talking about Sisyphus?
I don't know, but like
It's
getting
you
over
might
it's
say
uphill
it's a
struggle.
Sisyphean task.
Oh,
We got there in the end.
bringing us back in.
were we ever here?
Fume, describe to me like the process of like what does this look like? Are you on your own? Like, where's the process where this finally is completed?
There is one span of a couple of days where Fume just drops off the map. Like, sometimes when you go to the basement, you swear you can hear somebody working down there, but there's no one in there.
Did we let Fume die in the basement? He's haunting it now.
Also, no one went to go, get him. So
We
he's-
we did the knock so you knew that you couldn't come out.
you never went to go check up on him.
Nobody went afterwards.
No one went to
Well,
go get him out.
Y'all left it
We
locked.
told
We
He couldn't
only
come
had
out
3
and then
hours
locked
on
him in.
Tuesday. We had to prioritize. I'm sorry.
But for the viewers, he's been using like the tunnels to get like here and there to grab more medical supplies without being seen. Like mini jobs to break into places with like chemicals and stuff to pull more essentially accelerants for like cells. And there is just a leather tarp over a table when he calls Will down. There are these heavy bags under Fume's eyes, like he hasn't been asleep, and before like Will can get a word in, he just raises a finger, walks over to a table and fills a syringe, just stabs it into his thigh and presses down and okay.
You hear the footsteps of Will coming downstairs. Finally back at work, doing a lot better. I think you can still sense like every once in a while he'll bend down to like pick something up, and there's like
And
a
there's like
wince of
twinge,
pain.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard to catch. He descends the steps. Imagine like towards the end of the day, as he comes down and says, "Hey, what's up?"
She's 99% of the way there. I just needed your help for the last one.
Oh, right. Like toss it, like the stuff he's holding, like places it aside and moves over, looking at the tarp and says, "You don't need more skin, do you? I'm still recovering from that."
Fume goes to a desk, and there is this nice wooden box with a velvet interior with Nala's heartstone in it. And he will present it to Will. I think it's best if a family member were to insert this, don't you think?
It's done.
Just a little more.
You see Will looking down at this like citrine stone sitting within this nestled within this box, and like tenderly picks it up. You can see it thrumming a bit, that pulsing that heartstones give off, undamaged heartstones give off. And as he holds in his hand delicately, like he's cradling it, looks over at the tarp and then back at you and says, "What do I do?"
He'll pull the tarp down from the head down to a little bit past the housing for the heartstone. So it you see like Nala's face aged up like to 15 essentially.
You see it like as he sees her, like kind of like gasps, and like his hand trembles a little bit as he clutches the stone. He says, "That's her. That's her."
I thought it best to age her up a little bit so she doesn't end up in the same situation I am. But yes.
Yeah. I have no idea what to say.
Thank you's enough.
He lunges forward and hugs you, wrapping two arms around your shoulders and just kind of like pulling you in.
Pat, pat. There.
You hear him sort of sniff a little bit as he wipes his eyes, taking a step back. I can never repay you. No amount is enough. Anything you need.
I'm going to need more skit now. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. If I ever think of anything in the near future, I shall let you know. But for now, if you please, I think she's been waiting long enough.
Yeah. Yeah. He steps forward. And yeah, there's like the gap for the heartstone, just like the slot for it to slot into, like right between her collarbones. And he moves forward. You can see like as he steps forward, like a couple as you pulled the tarp down, like a couple strands of her blonde hair have like fallen in front of her face, and he brushes them back behind her ear, and then takes the stone and places it in the opening. As it kind of, imagine like magnetically, almost like clicks in the charge from the heartstone, this natural energy that the spirit puts off, immediately closing the circuits, and you begin to hear there's that faint moment where everything sort of kicks on, although they were, and I think you maybe remember this from your initial experimenting, like there's that moment where you can hear it at the beginning and then it dies down to the point where indistinguishable from any other person. And he takes the smallest like movement backwards as you watch like muscles begin to tense and like involuntary movement through the body, almost like a tremor that flows through the body, like radiating from the center out towards like fingers and toes. And you watch her eyelids begin to flutter. And they open, and you see her like hazel brown eyes begin to sort of like gaining consciousness, like somebody waking up from a very deep sleep. And she looks out for a moment without recognition as they blink a few times and then lock onto Will. And her voice kind of croaks for a second before it has that like metallic kind of twinge to it, and like as the voice box is being utilized for the first time, and with a strange like discordant sound at first, and then stabilizing. You hear, Will, is that you? Where am I? And he stands there just like in shock. You see hands like trembling as he moves forward and like places them on her shoulders, and then brings her in, like immediately just embraces her, like snapping into a hug.
In the process of Nala waking up, Fume has put on a doctor's coat and a stethoscope, and as Will has gone to hug her, quickly walks up to the side. Hello, young Miss Nala. I am Dr. Bertrand. I am a friend of Will's who had gotten very sick. He had taken me over to... Well, he had taken you over to me to help you out.
She blinks a few times as it's kind of like wrapped up in the, like, Will sort of like pulls the tarp to like wrap around her, and is like still like holding on to her, like he's afraid she's gonna go somewhere. And she looks over at you. She says, I remember, Doctor, I'm sorry, I don't remember you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. You were unconscious at the time. William, will you please, loosen your hold a little bit? I fear oxygen might be a bit, of an issue if you cling on too tight.
He, like, steps back. What is she currently, like, standing on right now? It's was she standing on the floor? Or was, like, up on a...
She was up on, like
a crate or something?
like a table, essentially,
Okay.
like I had down there that had, like, a tarp thrown over it for a makeshift, like, bed.
And as he steps back and, like, he is having a hard time kind of, like, not focusing on her, and just has, like, blurts out, like, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? And she pauses for a moment as she, like, considers. You see her, like, she takes in a deep breath, or like what the facsimile of a breath, and breathes out, and I feel fine. It's gone. The cough is gone. She looks over to you. She says, "Thank you."
Stethoscope in ear, putting like the flat end to her back and just checking to make sure everything is like sounding right. Not the breath, but like the mechanics inside.
Yeah, you're like posing that you're checking her breathing, but actually checking. And yeah, I mean, you listen, and everything is beautiful. Like the sound of the like, you don't catch like any hitches in the, like everything is like smooth. It's just like this gentle hum. It seems to be working perfectly.
Excellent. You're taking to recovery quite well.
She kind of like steps down off of the table, and as she does, she sort of adjusts and blinks a little bit. She says, "Have you gotten shorter?" As she looks at Will, and Will kind of glances at you for a second, like trying to figure out how to keep up the charade, and
It seems that the medicine has caused quite a little bit of a growth spurt in you.
So, and Will like pats her on the head, still taller than her, but not by much, and says, "And you were sick for a while. Got a lot to catch you up on." She smiles, like a big smile, as she's like kind of pulling the tarp around her, and she it seems like a little lost for words for a moment.
I do believe we have a change of spare clothes upstairs. I will go fetch them. And William, this is for you. Please take the time to read through it. It'll highlight some cautions that you should be on the lookout for. If any of these symptoms come find me.
Will nods. You head upstairs to get the change of clothes that you've prepared. Probably like having help from like Salome or Glass too to get some clothes that would fit her.
If I think he would have asked like Salome or Glass, and then like as he's running upstairs, just pokes his head into like one of the like Glass's room. She's awake.
Glass has been eavesdropping the whole time through the pipe, but pretends like they're not.
Motherfucker, that's my tactic.
Good.
I'm going to need some help for an out. You know, young lady.
Salome just walks in, hands you appropriate clothing for a
I
woman.
don't have anything appropriate for someone her age.
Yes.
Thank you.
You hear from downstairs. You hear, Fume?
Oh. Bum, 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 bum.
As you come down the steps, does only Fume come downstairs?
No, I'm going to.
I'll follow.
You come downstairs as you hear a shouting up, Fume, get back down here.
Just feet running down.
You come back down the stairs, panic for a moment, and you see she's sat back down on the edge of the table, and is like holding the sides of her head, and Will is kneeling in front of her, and he looks at me and says, something's wrong, and as she's just like just holding the sides of her head firmly, like hair bunched up in her fingers.
Fume will set the clothes down gently and kneel next to Nala. Darling, can you tell me what's wrong?
She is like, you can see almost like the tension across her face and like her shoulders tensing as well. She says, "It's my head. And she just like can't. Is trying to speak and is having a hard time, and just like barely getting the words out. She's like, pain, it hurts. Well, it hurt. And as she says the words, you begin to hear something like a thrumming around you, and it begins to grow, like oscillating, and you realize that almost like the air and everything in the room around you starts to like vibrate slow, like slightly, as the hum gets louder and louder, like higher pitch, like growing in tone, getting higher and higher, and in just when it's reaching the point where you're like having to cover your own ears, she lets out a ear-shattering scream, and then every beaker and bulb and ceramic plate, like everything downstairs, just shatters into pieces all at once, and she collapses into Will's arms.
Now, before you ask what happened, I will tell you I have no idea.
And you can see, like, she's still for a moment and then shakes her head as she comes back to consciousness, and she says, I got got a bit lightheaded there. I'm sorry. What? And she looks around and sees all the shattered pieces across the ground and the broken fragments and says, what happened?
Earth tremor shattered everything.
It happens sometimes, my dear.
I'm okay. And she's like not really sure what to say, and Will like is it kind of still kneeling in front of her, had kind of fallen back on his feet a little bit, and then moves forward and said, "It's okay. It's okay. Make sure you don't cut yourself on anything. Let's get you dressed."
Will, darling,
and-
can I speak with you for a moment?
Yeah, hands the clothes to her. Imagine like Salome coming in, like
help
helping
her
her
get dressed, yeah.
As
Fume will grab a broom and just start sweeping.
yeah, you sweep up the floor. Imagine Grackle upstairs just heard this shattering sound from downstairs.
I'll knock on the pipe. The we're all still alive knock.
Yeah. And you pull Will off to the side. What was that?
I don't know. Did Nala, before she passed, did she ever exhibit any abilities, any attunements?
No. No.
She never spoke
She was-
of seeing ghosts, hearing things.
No. She was completely normal.
Is that something you think she would have kept from you?
I don't know how she could have. I basically raised her.
We don't tell our parents a lot of things about ourselves. What about, imaginary friends? People maybe she talked to that weren't there?
Nothing like that. Not that I remember. I mean, maybe when she was really young, but that's normal for kids that age, but nothing around the time that she got sick.
What was she sick with?
We could never afford a doctor it was good enough to tell us, but some sort of some kind of infection.
She had breathing problems, right?
Yeah.
All right. It's going to be fine.
As you sweep up the floor, Fume, as the rest
Do
of you
her
are
hair up really
yeah,
pretty.
you're tending to her, Salome, and everything seems fine. Like she's recovered. She doesn't even remember it happening. She's just getting dressed and like looking over to Will like anxiously as he's talking with Glass in the corner. And Fume, as you
And I'm trying to not seem like upset. Just very like asking questions. Everything's fine.
as you sweep up, you look over at your desk and you see your notes and everything kind of scattered around, and the diagrams, the diagrams that you had drawn based on the knowledge that Balfagor provided you. You watch as they just fade from the paper. And that's where we're going to take our break.
My notes?
Yep.
It
At least the
was
ones,
a
not all of
one
them, but any of them
and
that like
done.
Pertain to.
represented Balfagor's.
Oh yeah,
like,
remember that
that he
deal with
gave
the
you?
devil that I totally forgot about?
No. Yeah, okay. Not completely.
Yeah,
It's just
so-
everything Belphegor had on.
Yeah, your diagrams of like your initial hull design are all still there. It's the components that Balfagor wanted you to incorporate
Into this.
into
All
the
of
hull.
that's gone. Yeah.
They vanish.
Mm.
So,
We're gonna have
Uh,
a talk in a little bit.
Yep.
but first we're gonna take our break. So thank you everyone out there for watching. We will be back in a few minutes to continue the second half of our session. We're gonna get some water, eat some snacks. What we're gonna do, we recommend you do the same.
I'm gonna scream extremely loudly.
Okay, we're all gonna do that.
Everybody
but-
go scream into a pillow for a second.
Yeah.
Perfect. But yeah, go take a break, stuff, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Stay tuned. And welcome back, Internet. Thanks for hanging out with us while we took our break. We're gonna go ahead and jump back into the consequences of our own actions. We're gonna cut. So we want to play this out because I'm sure lots of people are gonna have thoughts and things here. So I want to say, after Nala gets dressed, Fume or Will, she still seems kind of tired. And Fume, you know, from like the process of like coming back, and like using these holes, like it takes a while for the Heartstone to learn how to like properly regulate the body. So like she's going to find herself like growing tired very quickly as she like recharges and stuff. Because I imagine it almost has like there is like a recharge motor and a and an actuator like motor.
It's basically you need to build up a certain amount of charge to maintain like a normal, and like when the Heartstone's first put in, there is like 0 charge, so it needs to build.
Yeah, and that's why like you still have to sleep, because while you're sleeping and the systems are off, it builds enough charge that during the day you're able to act normally and do things
and then have
for a
something
period
in
of time.
reserve to be tired all the time.
So he takes her up, like I imagine takes her upstairs to one of the rooms, lets her lay down to rest as he comes back. And so we find ourselves like kind of thing cut into the scene, maybe it like at the bar, like the place is closed down, especially after what just happened, and the 4 of you at the bar as Will comes in. What's kind of the vibe in here right now?
Kind of just staring at Fume like, the fuck, man.
Glass has that look on their face where they clearly have an opinion and something to say. They're just waiting for someone else to start the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You're all
Fume
familiar
has-
with it.
Grackle knows how to mind her own business. She is tending bar.
Fume has
So
all
Grackle
his,
behind the bar, Fume sitting at it, like staring at a glass or something. Everyone
all of
else
his
either
notes has been spread out in front of him, and he's just chewing on his thumb, reading through everything.
And I think the silence is broken by Will as he comes in and like goes behind the bar, grabs a bottle, pours himself a drink, downs that, pours himself another drink, and then looks at Fume and says, "Okay, I'm gonna need you to explain to me exactly what that was."
I don't actually know rightly. I need to perform some tests.
How can you not know? You built it.
I had a little help.
You never told him.
Honestly, we had a lot going on, and it
Never
slipped my
told me
mind.
what.
The place is totally shut down, correct?
Yeah, y'all are the only people in it. Unless your crew's here, but I'm imagining they're probably off doing other shit.
They're on union time.
Yeah.
They went to get dinner.
A demon approached me with plans to accelerate the building of the hull.
I'm sorry, what now?
I didn't stutter.
I'm trying to recall, is this the first time that all of the rest of us are hearing the extent of this?
It's a good question. I'm trying to remember
Glass
back.
knows. I was there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were
Glass
there.
was there.
I'm pretty sure Salome was eavesdropping.
Salome was listening, right?
Yeah, she was
No,
eavesdropping
wait.
Not in that
on
that one.
Skurlock
She-
and Fume.
Yeah, no, I distinctly remember you going, "Hey guys, do you have a problem with me contacting a demon?"
I mean, that
And,
seems like
we
something
checked
you
in
would
with
say.
everybody.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
checked in with everybody, and we all said, "It's your skin."
Do your thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So y'all are
It's been
aware.
bit. It's been
y'all
bit.
are at least aware that Fume did like consort with the devil and had this, and had this interaction. Maybe not the full details, but
Got it.
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't know if Fume ever like went out and said, "So this is what happened."
I know
after
because I
that."
was in the room.
You were there,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But everyone's culpable for letting Fume do this.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
As if we could have stopped him.
You could have said don't do it. I'm like, I'll find another way.
So you're telling me you had a demon help build the thing you were going to put my sister inside of?
It would have taken me years to salvage enough, years to get enough Leviathan blood, years to get just a fraction of a fingernail.
I put my trust in you.
And you got your sister back.
What is this gonna mean? Like,
I believe it means the same as it would if your sister had not passed, but simply had a chronic illness. Regular checkups with her doctor to keep an eye on any unusual symptoms.
I don't even know what to feel about any of this.
What you will feel is absolutely your business. However, the particulars are still the same. Your sister has returned. She is healthy. She's ready to go home. She's ready to resume her life.
And if she shows some... These two. Freaking hitting each other in the face. And if she shows any inclination towards the supernatural, any extra attunement abilities, you're looking at an expert.
And this demon and its involvement, like, what if it put Nala in danger?
That's Fume's price to pay. And what's worse, you put Nala in danger.
There it is.
Sorry, I had to.
There
I
it
had to.
You said it. You said it.
You
Put it on the
said
quote
it.
sheet.
You said
They
the
said
thing.
it. They said the thing.
We can finish the game now. It's done.
Roll credits.
Somebody put that
Oh,
shit on
sorry.
the quote
Thanks
sheet.
everyone for watching us. This was all just
That was
a
the goal.
bit
That was
to
the
build
goal.
up to this.
To
I
quote
put
the
it
lion.
in crimes chat at like 4:45. I'm
You've
just
been
saying.
punked.
It's just been sitting.
You
there.
put Nala
You
in
put
danger.
Nala in danger.
All right.
There is the heavy scraping of a metal bin from behind the bar, and you see Fume just dump all of his notes into it, pour like a high-proof liquor, and then lights a match and throws it in there.
She'll be all right, Will. Everyone who lives in Duskwall is in danger every day. But now she doesn't have just you looking out for her.
Exactly.
If you still trust me enough, I promise to maintain her body, no matter what happens. You can rest assured in that. I know that I deserve a chewing out, but for the moment I need a moment to think to myself. I need to start back from zero.
I'm just gonna take her back home for now.
I would heavily advise against that. You can take my room. I've cleaned up a bit. She can rest there for the time being. You would not need to be too far away. if that makes you feel any better.
And we've got plenty of diversions here for a teen girl. You should see Salome's vanity.
If she's here, I'm staying here too.
Of course. We'll make up a spare bedroom. Down the hall from hers.
He takes the drink that he had poured, downs that one too, and yeah, he like looks up, and you can see like a look of like conflict on his eyes as he looks across at you, Fume, not fully knowing how to feel in this moment, but instead of saying anything, he puts the glass back down and walks out of the room.
I'm following him.
He heads towards the stairs to go back to the room that Nala's staying in.
Will.
You catch him on the stairs.
A word.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
You're lying to her.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm gonna tell her at some point.
You need to tell her now.
With everything she's going through, do you think that's a good idea?
I think it's her body and she deserves to know.
I'm gonna have you make a check for this.
Sure.
Probably
Sway away.
Sway.
Sway.
Why? I got 3 in that now.
Damn.
Yee.
Pushing yourself or anything?
No.
Okay.
No, I feel good about it. He can be mad at me if he wants. He's more mad at Fume, though. Oh, that's a 6, baby.
All right.
I rolled a 6 and 2 5s. If this was Dragon Age, I would have
I was about to say, that's some Dragon Age shit right there.
split his throat or something immediately. Maybe I would have done a murder. I think it's her body, and she deserves to know.
He considers that, standing on the stairs, kind of leaning against the banister, and then slowly begins to nod. Wipes his brow and like rubs his temples a bit as he's like begins to think through what he's gonna say, and then he looks back and says, "Right.
Do you want
As
my
soon as she
help?
wakes up, I'll tell her."
Do you want my help?
I appreciate it, but I think it's better if I just explain what happened myself, and if she has questions about it, I know who to ask. How much do I tell her? I can tell her, I can explain her dying and asking Fume to make the hole, but how do I explain the rest of it when we don't
Calmly.
even know what it means?
You explain it calmly and kindly and without judgment. Because she's going to take her cues from you. And if you're angry or upset, what have you, that's going to have an effect on her. It may be anger, it may be guilt. What she needs to know is that you loved her enough to give up your own hide. Quite literally. Not just so you could have her back, but so that she could live the life you think she deserves. And whatever
Okay.
that entails for her, she deserves to know. You explain, and then you listen. You let her ask questions. You answer the ones you can, and the ones you can't, you tell her you'll find out together. Sorry, I kind of do this for a living.
Yeah, I definitely don't. Okay. Thanks, Glass.
You know where my room is, if you need me.
Yeah.
And if you need some company, someone to talk to.
I will.
Or just a distraction. I hear him very nice to look at.
I appreciate the offer. I need to focus on Nala right now, though.
I know. But if you do need someone to talk to, please. And I will answer any questions of hers that I can.
He gives a half smile and turns and heads up the stairs.
You're a good man, Will.
He like pauses for a moment, and you, with those words, you almost see like, you can almost visibly see the weight that he's putting on himself for what has happened, and it seems to help, that reassurance. And he heads up the steps. I'm gonna do a fortune roll.
And well, that's my good deed for the week.
I'm gonna do a fortune roll for Will to see how this conversation with Nala goes. I'm going to give him an additional die because of Glass's pep talk there.
I might not be a good person, but he is.
All right, I'm gonna roll. That's 6.
Have you rolled anything but sixes today?
No, I've only rolled
Nope.
6s
It's
today.
all
I got a
sixes
hot-
and double sixes.
I got a hot hand.
Ooh, and this one is in our
Our
favor.
favor.
Fume, I might have just saved your goddamn life.
I mean, if that had
From
been
Will
a 1,
specifically.
you might have saved like the southern half of the jewelry box.
Yep.
So,
Yeah. Well,
uh,
y'all discount the destructive capability of a young woman scorned.
Mhm.
yeah, I think.
I think we're still gonna lose probably a couple of chairs in the process.
Probably. That's
She's
fine.
what,
Fine, I'll put 'em
15?
with the rest.
Oh yeah, probably.
God,
She's in the
Uh,
body. No, she's like 13 in the body of like a 15-year-old.
Worse. I remember how I was at
Worse.
13 and 15.
Yep.
Yeah. Will disappears upstairs,
And I wasn't a secret
and-
robot.
and you don't see him for the rest of the night. Eventually, like, I think actually what you get is like a few hours pass. Eventually you hear some footsteps. It's like you've all kind of returned to a sense of normalcy. I imagine there's this, like a little bit of unease as you're worried about what might happen. I imagine, does Glass tell everyone that they encouraged Will to just be honest with her and everything? And
Yeah, in so
so-
many words. Yeah,
so
I
y'all
come back.
kind of
I come back from the stairs and I'm essentially just like, well, I think I might have bought Fume a few more hours of life.
um
But yeah, I'll tell him.
you all return like Fume beginning to, like, I imagine, pouring, like obsessing over like a new diagrams that you're drawing or new notes that you're taking, or just like sitting there fuming.
He has
Wow.
literally new leather-bound journal has started with, okay, so this is what happened beforehand. These are all the steps I took.
Yeah.
Just trying to recall everything from like memory.
Exactly. Yeah. So you begin to do that while, the rest of you kind of return to a sense of normalcy. A couple hours pass and you hear some footsteps coming down the stairs, and I imagine we just Nala and Will coming down into the room. Will takes her back towards the kitchen, makes her some food, just like doesn't even acknowledge like any weirdness or anything, just acting normal. And the
There's
two of them
tea in the left-hand cabinet.
Nala says, "Thank you."
Cool timing.
And I don't think like they don't even really acknowledge it. Like it is full on the rest of the evening, just as if nothing had happened. And yeah, they you catch Will at some point like give you like a knowing nod, Glass, and kind of like, you know, maybe just like a thumbs up. Yeah,
Like I said, I do this shit for a living, baby.
with a 6, that conversation went as well as it possibly could.
Was she like, I'm imagining she was like pumped about it and he was shocked. She was like, holy shit, I'm a fucking superhero.
Yeah, I mean,
Like if
I
I was
think most of it,
15
like-
and you sat me down and told me I had robot powers, I would be like,
Yeah.
oh
Dope.
fuck, yes, absolutely.
I don't think it's
On
something like
board.
just to like accelerate the process, because I don't like the Nala thing isn't going to be like, I don't want to spend the next 30 sessions necessarily dealing with that. It's not the focus right now, but
We are adopting
so
her, though.
to
100%.
narrate that a little bit, is you get the impression that she was a little bit freaked out by it, but like the science of like holes and coming back and stuff, that was something that she knew about before she passed anyway, and that is not the big shock here. The big shock here is like, oh, there may have been like a demon involved in it too, but as far as she knows, like she's just happy to be alive, yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it.
And I will make good on my promise. If she comes to Will with questions about that kind of stuff and he can't answer them, I will talk to her. I will talk to her about it.
Yeah, I think for right now, the two of them seem focused, and Will like pulls you aside and just kind of gives the rundown of just wanting to be normal for a while and focus on getting back to their life together, and you know what Nala's going to be doing, and getting her back to like, you know, her schooling and that kind of stuff, and that they will figure that part out in due time. But yeah, there are no more surges or any sort of weird happenstance over the next couple of days. So
Yeah, I just tell him if she says anything weird, seeing things, hearing things, any kind of like ghost shit, electrical shit, just come on over.
yeah, but I imagine like, you know, maybe check-ins with like Fume and Glass, like appointments, like, you know, they make a plan that like once a week or something, we'll just like Fume will check the circuits, make sure everything like the hull is still functioning properly,
And my appointments are the fun ones.
and then, you know, yours to like, you know, you being in that too, to talk about like, you know, if she's had any strange experiences or anything. And so far for her, it's like you know, nothing, like she hasn't really noticed anything else since then. No like whispering, she's not seeing spirits or anything like that.
Over that course of time, people will notice that like just more bandages are appearing on Fume's hands. There are heavier bags under his eyes. He has not been sleeping great. There is like a permanent dent in his finger from where a blister popped from holding a pen too hard. And just notebooks are slowly filling up on his desk downstairs.
Yeah.
Grackle keeps on bringing him food. And if there's still food in the dishes that she comes to collect, she kidnaps him and makes him eat.
I imagine you just like stand there and just stare at it until he finishes the plate, and then like walking off. Like wrenching the journal from his hand and then just like pointing to the
Hands
dish.
him a fork.
Just holds him above his head. He tries to jump. No.
All right.
I leave Grackle to do the babysitting. If he needs me, he'll come get me.
Hey,
So-
she's full time now, so she ain't got nothing better to do.
So that's the end of downtime actions. So we enter free play.
Wowzers.
I have one thing for free play, and then it's whatever y'all want to get up to, setting up for your next job. So is there any?
As we enter free play, I have a question.
Sure.
Does anybody remember what was promised to the devil?
Oh, yeah, just use these parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
was basically the deal was
Here, put these demon parts in your robot.
you have to use these
Oh.
parts
The
in
components,
this
yeah.
in this hole. I will give you the schematics to get this
All
done
right.
faster.
That's the long and short of it then. Like,
In
you
quite
know, there's-
literally an impossible amount of time.
Yeah.
All right,
As
cool.
far
She doesn't need to do anything with it. That just means that, like, we got to figure out how they work.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like Fume's obligation in this scenario, like does not owe anything else to Belphegor at this
No,
point.
he now owes everything to Will.
Yeah,
It's
the
my
deal,
turn now.
the contract was upheld unless you decide you're going to track down Belphegor and try to figure that out. But that
No, I'm
is-
gonna figure out this by myself because I don't trust demons after this shit.
So, I just round robin. Is there anything that does anybody have anything they want to be getting up to during free play? Glass, you do. The thing I have is for Salome. So, bleh. Anybody else have it? And you can think about it, but I just wanted to kind of plan that out. So, Glass, what is it that you want to do? Just like briefly.
I'm gonna go to the crematorium.
You want to go to the crematorium?
Yeah, I want to. I want to.
We will. Let's do the Salome's thing first, and then we'll do the going to Bellwether Crematorium. And Fume and Grackle, if you have anything that you want to get up to.
Unless
think
I
about
get
it.
the sense that I'm going to like immediately be arrested upon arrival.
We'll see.
Also,
you can
does-
scout the place out when you go?
I'll get rid of some of our wanted level then, I guess.
Does Nala refer to Fume as Dr. Bertrand?
Yeah. Well, how do you Yeah. What do you tell?
I
her?
introduced myself as Dr. Bertrand to her.
Dr. Bertrand, not Dr. Faust.
No. Well, Dr. Bertrand Faust.
I just realized where that's going.
I just wanted to clear that up. Yeah, I want to retcon it to Dr. Faust.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she refers to you as Dr. Faust.
Hey, Grackle, guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Just one morning, Grackle's making eggs or breakfast of some sort.
Oh, Dr.
Um,
Faust. Yes? Hmm?
And yeah, you
Just,
hear her.
just like stops whatever she's doing, and there's like silence for a long moment, and then she just sort of like tosses the spatula into the pan and then turns around and looks at him.
So Salome's thing, right?
Yep.
Let's plan. I want to plan for if y'all want to do a little conference. If Grackle does want to confront Fume about that, we can make that we can make that one of our scenes too. But yeah, let's do Salome's first. Okay. I'm trying to think where this goes down. Salome, Salome get up to in her free time outside the jewelry box.
Right now, not a lot. Given like the business is booming, I think any even like outings that she's taking are for buying new furnishings that were smashed by psychic powers or by well-meaning Leviathan captains. So at this point, she's one of those business owners that you like. You get into that particular year where business is booming and your entire life is your business. I mean, that's really it.
Yeah. So you're maybe like out doing some shopping or like for like equipment for like maybe looking over like maybe some new bedding for one of the rooms.
New
or
furnishings.
New furnishings.
Yeah.
You're in this like quaint little shop going over things. Like you're able to like buy nicer things. I imagine like Salome really enjoying like, okay, I don't have to like bargain bin hunt anymore. I get to like actually pick things out and be attended to. You've got like store owners that are like know about the jewelry box, offering you discounts, and if you mention their products to your clientele and stuff. And yeah, Salome's kind of on top of the world right now.
Look, her vice is luxury, so hey, bonus.
While you're shopping, or you're like neck deep in comparing like fabric samples and viewing furniture, one of the attendees has moved off, and you hear a young, like a voice from behind you that says, "Excuse me, are you Miss Salome?"
Turn to face them.
And you turn around and you see a young Taikarosi boy, probably about I say boy, a young man, like early 20s, maybe like 20, 21. He has is very clearly kind of like, you know, you can see that I think the way that we depicted Taikarosi is like tanned or like olive skin in our descriptions, and with like darker features, and you can see, like, true to some people from Taikarosi, you see, like, you know,
The wide
strange
eyes.
he has actually, you see the side, like, has this dark hair, it's like short, but like almost like a fade, like to one side, and then across the other, this like plume of like dark feathers that extend like back around his head. And he is well dressed in like dark like purple shirt, and is like buttoned up to the collar, very fashionable cut, and gives you a smile and says, "Are you Miss Salome?" And this time he speaks in Taikarosi.
Sort of looks around. There's a bit of a maybe not prejudice, but suspicion around folks from Taikarosi sometimes, or at least maybe there was when she first moved here. So, sort of quietly in Taikarosi. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage.
Apologies. My name is Cole. Cole Winters. I'm here on behalf of. Well, I wouldn't want to give too much information out in a public area, even speaking as we are. But I'm here to offer you an invitation.
To a gathering?
Not so much. More of a private audience. My mistress sent me here, asking for you directly. She feels that, well, an interested party has pointed her in your direction, and feels that it would be beneficial for you to speak with her on a rather important matter concerning a book.
Stone face. I see. I am open to meeting a new and interesting individual, I suppose.
That would be wonderful. I don't wish to put you on the spot, so if you wish to set a time or a day, I can escort you from the jewelry box to a meeting with my mistress.
I see. Is your mistress from the home country?
Yes.
I see. Have we met before?
I don't believe so. As I said, she has no formal knowledge of you other than an interested parties, a mutual acquaintance, I suppose. I believe they are the one that lent you said book.
would be obliged to you. May I bring one of my servants or two, or is this a private engagement?
Well, I suppose if you have an acquaintance that you wish to bring with you, they are quite welcome, as long as it's someone you can that you trust with this information.
I see. Well, why don't we say in 2 days?
Wonderful. I will advise my mistress, and we will make the preparations.
Lovely.
It's a pleasure meeting you. I will see you in 2 days.
Pleasure as well, Mr. Winters.
And Cole gives a polite bow and then hurries out of the shop.
Salome goes about the rest of her shopping and thinks very hard about whether she tells any of her friends about this.
It's up to you. Who would you like to bring with you, if anyone?
Look how well keeping secrets did for Fume.
I think she will approach Grackle. Jack, I may need to request your assistance. I have a meeting with a potential acquaintance.
How heavy am I packing?
Standard Overwatch procedures, I would say. Unfortunately, I do not know the meeting place in advance. If you would merely follow and keep an eye.
Salome, you don't have to ask. You never have to ask. What's different this time?
For once, Jack, this is a situation where even I don't necessarily know what I'm getting into. So I'd rather have the backup if I could.
Once again, Grackle knows when to keep her mouth shut. But she makes a note that this has Salome spooked.
So, yes, ostensibly she will be attending alone, but with Grackle on Overwatch.
Okay. So Grackle is not officially accompanying you. It's going to be like following. Gotcha.
Grackle's so happy. She never gets to do this.
You're
All
off the leash.
Let her off the leash.
2 days time. The jewelry box. I think it's a.
In the morning.
I think they come in the evening. So I think it's actually when the jewelry box is open. There's people there, kind of regular clientele. It's busy, and you've been waiting all day for this person to arrive because you didn't set a time. You just said 2 days, and this is the day they're going to arrive, and you've been waiting, and they haven't showed, and it gets to the point where you start to wonder maybe this whole thing was just a joke or somebody trying to con you, and they decided better of it. But as you are like attending to some, like, making your rounds and speaking to people, moving through the lounge, without even having seen them enter, you hear a voice from behind you again. Miss Salome. And you turn to see Cole.
Mr. Winters.
It's a pleasure to see you again. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, I am. Let me make it known that I will be stepping out for a moment.
Of course. I'll wait for you outside.
All right.
And they give another polite bow and then hurry out to the front of the jewelry box.
She'll let folks know she's stepping out for the evening for an appointment.
And I imagine, Grackle, you're doing your normal thing of like keeping an eye out, and so you probably catch that interaction. You did not see that boy enter at any time. You just see them leaving, having never seen this young man come into the jewelry box.
Great start to being on Overwatch.
Okay.
So you make your rounds, excuse yourself from your normal duties, and you step outside. I imagine Grackle sort of waiting. You're going to be like following like a few steps behind, but you're like waiting at the entrance, and you can see Salome as she exits down the stairs, and Nicole is waiting there at the edge of the canal, and there is a small gondola that is moored on the edge of the canal that Cole gestures to and says, "Please."
Thank you.
He helps you step into the boat and follows behind you, taking up the.
Could I do a quick survey in this
Oh, sure.
situation?
What are you looking for?
Just getting a bead here. This young man spooks me. Yes, very much. So
What? Why?
Why? So yeah, just more of the situation, I think, to understand. Trying to sense any trouble.
Yeah. Okay. So survey would work for that. Yeah. And
It's a 5.
Just risky standard on this.
Oh,
one.
okay.
5. Okay. So mixed. You. I'm gonna say, so with the mixed success, you step into the boat and take a look around, and you definitely don't see it, like no characters around that seem suspicious to you or out of place. You can see some of the normal like clientele like mingling outside, giving like a nod to you as you exit, not really thinking twice of it, and yeah, Cole seems, again, creepy, very congenial though, and I don't think you really get like it's not that it's like a great vibe, but it doesn't seem a sinister vibe. It's I imagine, probably unsettling, but not really.
As most people we run into, mildly unsettling.
Mildly
Yeah.
unsettling.
I have one other question for you. Do you have the book with you?
No, I don't have the book at all. It is with
Skurlock
Lord
has it.
Skurlock.
It's with Skurlock.
She
Okay.
has the really good copy that she made, but no,
Sure.
she did not bring that with her.
Okay, perfect. You step in, and I think with the mixed success is that Cole picks up on like your nervousness, or kind of as you're eyeing around, and says, and as he steps in the boat and sort of takes the oar and says, "There's really no reason to be nervous. You're perfectly safe, I promise."
Your reassurance is appreciated.
And as you sit, it says, off we go then, and pushes off from the canal and begins to steer it down the waterway. Grackle, you exit and begin to follow behind. I'm going to say that I think I need Grackle to make a prowl check for this.
That's real fair. That's fair. For sure. Okay, Grackle is gonna.
As I assume you're trying to be unseen following. I guess I shouldn't make that assumption, but yeah.
Yep.
Right,
I do that.
And yeah, risky standard.
Mixed success.
Okay. You follow. You begin to it's hard to trail a gondola. It's moving faster than like an average walking speed would be down here, so you're actually kind of having to like stay behind, like jog a bit to keep up. So your exposure here is you are moving like abnormally through the streets to keep up with them. But Cole begins to steer down the canal. They begin to actually like not like full like gondolier singing, but like humming like a tune as they do, just like pleasantly.
Everything this man does is even more unsettling. I'm sorry.
And it's just, it actually you I think you probably recognize it as like a Taikarosi like ballad or something that he's pushing forward.
When you swim in a creek and an eel bites your cheek, that's amore.
That's amore.
And yeah, pushes down the waterway, down the ease, crossing into deeper into Silk Shore, and Grackle, you're kind of hoping to keep up a bit, trying to keep an eye on the gondola. Luckily, at some points, does have to slow down to like for some of the traffic like coming through, as it's fairly busy right now. But other than the humming, Cole doesn't necessarily ask or engage in conversation unless Salome asks anything or engages in it herself.
So, how long have you worked with your mistress?
Oh, many years now. I was almost raised by her. I don't remember coming to Dustfall. I'm an orphan, so she's cared for me for some time.
I see. So you are a true Duskfall resident, then?
That I am. And I love the city. It has a charm to it.
And it does.
They don't, and you'd almost expect them to like ask in return and stuff, but they don't pry and they don't ask any questions of you, like very, very politely, like somebody who is clearly like accustomed to being in the service industry, and is like not gonna pry like for like clientele, like dealing with like important people. You reach a point probably after like a few canals over, maybe about a quarter of a mile or so. Finally turns to go through one of the like underpasses of between some of these the streets, and pushes in, and there are like lights that are lit underneath here, like lanterns hanging, casting a kind of a somber glow through from the electroplasmic currents running underneath here, and actually pushes to the side of this like underpass, and begins to moor the boat here, the gondola here, and steps out and says, "Wait here for a moment," and moves to the. There's like a walkway along the side. Moves to the wall there, and you can see like presses like 2 hands against it and pushes, and the whole thing kind of like pushes inward, revealing a hidden passage. And then takes a step back and walks back to the gondola, extending a hand and says, "We're almost there."
Thank you. I'd like to drop something.
Okay.
Just surreptitiously, just drop like a handkerchief or a button or something.
Okay.
As we go to this hidden door.
I think I would like you to do a roll for that to see if you can do it without
Finesse?
without Cole noticing.
Finesse sounds right.
Finesse.
Yeah.
Got 3 on that now. Out. That is a 1, and a 6.
Oh damn. Well, good thing you have 3 in it.
Yeah. For
you
sure.
you work a button off of your sleeve, something that Grackle would be able to identify, and you drop it at the side of the canal. Cole doesn't seem to notice as he escorts you from the boat and into this passageway.
She follows, trying to take in as much as possible.
Okay. As you step in, Cole turns and closes the door behind the two of you, and pulls. There is a lantern. This is like an oil lantern off the wall. Lights it. You're like briefly enclosed in darkness before the lantern lights, and then kind of moving ahead of you, says, "Watch your step here. It's a bit steep." And about 20 feet forward is a staircase that descends downwards.
Okey-doke.
You begin to descend in the depths, and you hear like running water around you. And as you look towards the walls, you realize that there's water that's like the stone that this passage has been built into that leads just like straight downwards, like into the earth. You can see there are points of it as you get like beneath the canals where the water is kind of leaking out of it, and it almost forms this like waterfall effect, like you're in like a cylindrical waterfall around you as you're descending deeper. And the steps are fairly even, but look aged, but well maintained, and is holding the lantern as he descends in front of you to cast the light so that you can be sure-footed as you descend behind him. Cut back to Grackle. Grackle, you have followed this boat, and as say with your mixed success from before, you reach a point where like you had kind of lost sight, and you hit like the juncture where it turned. You didn't see it turn though, and you don't see the gondola anymore.
Yeah, sounds about right. I'm gonna trail the exact path that the gondola should have taken. Like, I mean, first thing that I do is I run ahead to just in case that it got like some sort of supernatural burst of speed.
They
And
kicked
then-
all the turbojets.
Yeah. Like,
Hit the NOS!
Maybe Cole is a turbo teen. You don't know.
And putting together the fact that like it didn't just speed off.
Yeah.
I'm going to slowly like retrace its path.
It sounds like maybe a hunt.
Oh, this is enrichment for Grackle. It's funny. Like I have gotten to do all of this shit, but like I'm genuinely excited. For
Salome
her.
just comes back. She like just comes out from a corner. Was like, this was actually just like a fun thing. It's like team
There's actually a
building.
party
Salome
going on here.
undercover bossed you.
We're playing fetch with Grackle so that she doesn't chew up the couch. It's a hunt. We're doing a hunt. Hunt my boss. Mixed success.
5. Okay. So what I'm going to say is you work you like wind your way around. You go down the street a bit. It takes you a bit of time, like, and there's a bit of like a crowd of gondolas or some sort of like event going on down here. You can hear some music, and a bit of congestion in the canal. And you look over the gondolas and you don't see them having gone this way, and you're fairly certain they couldn't have gone any further without getting out or something. And you don't see the gondola like moored at any point. So you double back, taking you about like 10 or 15 minutes, beginning to get to that anxious point of like, oh shit, I lost them. You double back and you head down the side canal, this tunnel passage, and about halfway down you find the gondola moored there. And I'm going to say you as you kind of hunt around the area, you don't see them anywhere. Peering down the tunnel, you don't see them down that way. But you do find one of Salome's buttons lying on the ground, like near the wall where the gondola is moored.
Okay. I start looking for buttons. Like pressy buttons, like open secret door buttons.
Okay. What do we think for this one? Study or survey? Which one would be more appropriate here? Probably study.
That seems more like an intellectual approach.
Yeah, it's because study is specifically gain a deeper understanding,
scrutinize details,
scrutinizing
evidence.
details. It's not that you're like looking, like seeing what you perceive. This is more like investigation, like you're in an area trying to find clues here.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna push myself for this one.
Okay, I'm gonna say this is a desperate action because you're not gonna get another. This is your one shot to try to find it.
Oh boy, this is very exciting. I have exactly 1 dice.
Holy shit! On 1 die, a 6.
1 die!
That was clutch. Okay.
Hell yes, Jack.
Yeah, I think actually what dawns on you is you remember back to when you found when y'all found that hole before when you were going after. Yeah.
Yep.
And
I've seen this before.
And you've seen passages like this before, so you actually move to the wall and you notice just imperceptibly like a seam along the wall. And so you just kind of push inward. It takes like a fair bit of force to do it. I think as an audience, we see something that like this small boy did very easily. In Grackle, you find yourself kind of straining a bit, but finally like it clicks inwards and you're able to push the door open.
Does a Geralt of Rivia? Something was dragged along the floor here, or moved back and forth repeatedly.
Winds howling.
Winds howling. Looks like rain.
So we make those jokes all the time. Anyone who didn't play Witcher 3 doesn't get like how often Geralt says that.
Smells like rain.
Every 5 seconds when it's like cloudy overhead. It's just like,
is it just really rainy there? It's like Seattle, like
yeah.
Yes, Doug, we get it.
Everyone has their autistic specialty. His is smelling rain.
Yeah. But it was just like you'd be playing this game and you'd be running down a road and it's like it would count like every 5 seconds he would say, I love this fucking game, but I had to like mute it at points when I was just like running places.
God, no,
like,
see, I love it. It's one of the only
games.
It's one of the only games that I replay with the volume on. Because I'm like, I gotta hear Doug Cockle say winds howling and it smells like rain 7,000 times or my soul has a hole in it.
I will pick that over Metal Gear Solid, where all you hear is Snake's suit squeaking as he runs.
It's so bad.
You just hear.
Is he wearing like a windbreaker? Like what the
Just
fuck?
a
He's
lot of
wearing
leather.
spandex and leather.
Yeah. It's bad.
Anyway, just a lot of chafing. Anyway, sorry, I need to go on that tangent for a minute.
Amazing.
So
Wind's
you
howling.
you push the door open, and the same thing you see, complete darkness ahead of you, and you hear like running water down the passage. I don't imagine it does. Obviously, we're not in like a job right now, but if Grackle might have some sort of like have brought a lantern or something with her.
Yeah, it's Duskwall. You've got to have a lantern.
That's fair. That's fair. So yeah, you can like pull off your own pouch, the a lantern at your hip, and light it, and you can see the stairway in front of you. Does Grackle go in?
Yeah, cautiously.
Okay.
She just fucks
In
off.
fact,
It's like, nope,
yeah,
I
he's
hate
just
stairs.
Like, all right, I got this far.
All right.
Didn't sign on for stairs. One last thing before cutting away. She's gonna reach into her duster and pull something out. She says, "All right, Cashmere, your time to shine." And it's a Grackle. And she just
Cashmere, time to
tosses-
shine.
And she
What's your Grackle doing?
this one is Salome's Grackle, so she's gonna send it ahead to scout.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
It's a lot less suspicious to come across a Grackle someplace it shouldn't be than Grackle.
that is fair. How do a fucking bird get down here?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
I don't know, but it
Uh,
smells like rain.
Let's do a roll with your Grackle, with your cohort.
Julio. I'm gonna say either do the Grackle or roll for the Grackle.
Yeah, so you can either do command or you can roll their thing, whichever one. you
What is my
wanna do.
command again? What is my command again? Do-dum.
So you'd be rolling
Yeah.
2 dice for the
Yeah.
for the Grackles.
Yeah, let's just go with the Grackle.
Okay.
Mine's still at 2.
Okay. All right.
Unless it's desperate. I want that XP.
No, I think you're out of a desperate situation right now. You've got control here. So let's go. Yeah, 2 dice. Risky standard.
Alright. That's a 4.
All right, mixed success. Okay, you send the Grackle off ahead of you as it begins to soar, circling down the stairs. So cutting back to Salome, you descend probably it was about like 50 feet or so. And you hear the sound of water like growing louder as you reach the bottom of these stairs. There is a walkway that they dead end at, and on either side is like running like a river almost on either side. It's just like a walkway that is dead center of this like moving water around you. The Cole continues to escort you ahead. The Salome continue to follow.
Very interesting decor your mistress has.
Well, we do like our privacy. We found the passages under the canals are very infrequently traveled by anyone else.
Very astute. May I use your arm? It's a little slippery down here.
Of course. And offers you his arm to steady yourself with.
Is he cold?
No, it's warm to the touch.
No, cold.
Oh, yes, he is cold.
Oh, he is cold.
Still,
Okay,
it's still cold.
He's still cold. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, warm to the touch. You can feel body heat.
It's not a vampire, just a creep.
Got it. Just checking.
You walk forward. You hear the water rushing behind you, or alongside of you. This passage actually looks like it like crisscrosses in a couple of areas where like it turns off to like the left and the right. There's no walkway there, but it just looks like the water kind of feeds off in different intersections, not like evenly spaced too. Like some of them are like the K intersections, and some go off at weird angles. And the water kind of feeds out that way. but you, after another like 40 feet or so, you begin to see some light ahead of you, until you reach some lanterns that are actually lit, and again, oil lanterns, not spark craft, evenly spaced on the wall ahead, and you start to hear like sounds of like conversation, like small group of people talking ahead of you at like a normal volume that's carrying down the tunnel. And you eventually, as the light grows, you emerge, and the conversation becomes more, it becomes louder as you emerge into a cistern, with a that the walkway actually heads up a couple of like a small flight of stairs to a raised like concrete platform here, and you can see at the top of the platform there are like small bridges that have been constructed heading off into other tunnels in different directions, but currently congregating on this platform are about a dozen people. You see a fair bit of them are Tycherosi. Some are not. Some are like Skovlander or other peoples of the Shattered Isles. You as you are brought up by Cole, some of them glance in your direction and like give a smile to Cole, who gives a smile back, and they're like speaking with each other. You can see like it's not like they're gathering here for something. It actually looks like there are like chairs and tables around and lanterns lit on that, and it's like there's like a communal like living space here almost.
Do I recognize any of these people?
No one. Let me just do a. I'm just gonna do a fortune roll. Let's see, start your roll. There's my one. No one that you recognize here. But some of them are dressed nicely. Some of them are dressed common folk. Seems to be people of all walks here. And Cole moves through them, and your eye catches at the far side of this platform something different. There's a raised, like kind of constructed out of stone. It actually looks like stone was probably brought down here to like form kind of a dais at the on the other side, and there is a beautifully adorned almost looks like a throne kind of that is set on this dais. There's a brazier on either side of it. You can see tables to either side too, with strange objects like crystals and small statuaries and small like occult relics and things that are like adorned on these tables, kind of on like display here as well. At the on the floor of the dais, there's actually painted a symbol like in front of the throne. There is a symbol painted that is it's a perfect circle, and around on the inside of the circle, around the edge of it, evenly spaced, are painted. They almost look like masks. Like faces all around the edge. They're not all the same, like different colors and designs and everything like that, just like spaced around in the circle. And on the far side of it, from where you step up and where Cole leads you to, sitting on the on this throne, is another Tycherosi woman. Again, you don't recognize her. You've never seen her before, but she has looks to be maybe in her like early 50s. She has dark, like very long dark hair that is in like a very thick braid, kind of pulled over her shoulder. You can see like little twinges of like white or gray kind of around that streak through it. She also has like feathers in her hair, but you don't know if it's like feathers that are worked into the hair or like Tycherosi lineage. But what she does have very notably is at the center of her forehead a third eye. She is sitting on the throne. She's carrying on like a conversation with somebody else as Cole walks up. And her eyes turn to face Cole and then glance over you, and she looks to the person she's speaking with and dismisses them as Cole approaches. And Cole walks up to her and kind of like kneels in front of her, like not in like a genuflecting way, but kind of like a child like coming to like kneel in front of their parent. And she sort of tussles his hair as he stands, and now standing at her side turns to face you and says, Lady Salome, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to my mistress, the worshipful queen. And nods to her, or like gestures to her, and she gives a smile and nods back to you.
She'll curtsy.
And the woman sitting there kind of eyes you over for a moment, and then she leans over to Cole, kind of leans in to listen, and then Cole looks back to you and speaks and says, my lady is very grateful that you came to have audience with her in such a short period of time. She knows this must have been an inconvenience for you.
No, not at all. I must confess that my curiosity was most certainly piqued by your invitation.
Cole, she leans back to Cole to say something and begins the process. And this continues where she's sort of speaking through him. He says, my mistress understands that you must be very confused by the abrupt nature of all of this. But she does have a question for you. Most foremost, are you still in possession of the book that I mentioned previously?
I must beg of you to ask a question of my own first.
Of course.
How did your Majesty come into this information?
Looks back to her, and she gives a smile at you, and as she smiles, you can see she's very like, you can see her teeth are slightly sharper than you. Like, again, she has like many of these like more kind of like fiendish characteristics. You see like very pure like Tycherosi bloodline. And she smiles, and again through Cole, he says, well, that is the reasoning for your summoning here, your summons here today. We belong to the Order of the Forgotten Gods. Merely one chapter of such, and my mistress is the voice and the avatar made manifest of the Thousand Faces.
Does any of this ring bells for me in any capacity?
That is a good question. Well, I guess before we do a roll or anything, like how like Salome would know of the Forgotten Gods, both as a concept and as a like rumored faction. The Forgotten Gods are or the old gods, like the ones that people the Church of the Ecstasy of the Flesh is like the primary religion, but there are all these like kind of like lost gods, like old religions that scatter throughout Dustfall, and there are like devout worshippers of those gods, kind of like hidden away around Dustfall. The Forgotten Gods, the faction, specifically like continues the worship of those gods. They have many different groups. They're kind of like they all get along in kind of one unit as like identifying that they worship like the true gods of the Shattered Isles, but each faction kind of follows their own keeping of the traditions of a specific god. As far as all of that, how much do you think Salome knows about any of the Forgotten Gods?
I guess this would fall back to, is this something that she would have been more aware of growing up in Tychros? Is this something more in the vein of her time in Duskfall? Some sort of combination?
Tycherosi, the people from Tycheros and other nations of the Shattered Isles, their worship of these old gods is a lot more prevalent. So it is very likely that you would be more familiar with it from your background.
Okay. Then I think fairly familiar. We have, again, not really gotten much into the backstory. She was definitely around very learned individuals growing up. So maybe less on the side of a worshiper and more on the side of academically having some knowledge of this, I guess.
Okay. Then yeah, I mean, I imagine it's something that you would probably be familiar with. You may have heard of this. There are many of them. There are, probably they're like, I'm doing the math here. 1, 2. There's like, at least in the book, there's like 36 of them that are like named. There are many others that have probably been lost to time and memory. I'm just gonna we'll just do a fortune roll to see if you know of this one specifically.
Okay.
Let's do 1 die. 4. Okay. I would say you have a passing familiarity. The cultists and worshippers who follow this god they have a focus on like gathering lost things, things that have like power, things that have been forgotten, sacred objects, things like that. They're very devoted to acquiring and maintaining those relics.
Got it.
I'm cut away from that for 1 second because I do want to see Grackle. So I imagine off in the corner, a little Grackle has flown up and like perched on a lantern at the edge of the cistern. Seems like carry over the surroundings, kind of gazing at it, and then as it takes it in, kind of like flies back. Grackle, you've reached the bottom of the stairs and you begin to carry down this hallway as your Grackle returns to you, giving a few like short affirmative like croaks.
She's just gonna move along. Do these underground passages like branch off a lot? Like, does it seem like there's a...
The waterway does, but the central walkway does not. It's a single... Okay. It's a straight shot.
She moves cautiously, sending the Grackle ahead, trying to keep from being seen.
Okay.
She would like to be within running distance if...
Yeah. I'll say you kind of...
Like, she wants to be near enough that if shit goes down, she can get involved.
I'd say you, without having to make a roll or anything, you're able to creep up to like the edge of like you past some of these lanterns. You begin to hear conversation. You can get to the edge of where you like, from the shadows of like slightly obscured area you are, you can see the stairs leading up. You can see some sort of platform. You can hear conversation, but you can't actually see the people on the platform because you're at a lower elevation.
Okay. I would be happy to send Kashmir in to go and perch somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, you just send
to be in the room and then like come get me if anything goes
if
down.
anything goes wrong. Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, you do that. Flies back off. So Grackle in position. You Salome. Cole relays that to you.
I see.
I imagine Salome can even like see the Grackle like perch somewhere behind the queen, and know that Grackle is not too far.
Love to see it. Well,
I'm sorry, one last thing. Kashmir is trained to respond to the fan.
yes, of course.
Okay, so if the fan clicks, then Cashmere will
Yeah.
come back to you and know that there's
Exactly.
like trouble. Perfect.
Yep.
Fan is not out currently.
Okay.
Well, if we are speaking of the book that I believe we would take all of this time and energy to meet about, then I have its copy in my possession and access to the original.
I'm trying to remember. So with the ritual from before, I forgot how much of that you had deciphered, or
We got, I think, either a success or a crit success. Like, we got the copy. Like, we made a copy.
okay. She relays something else to Cole, who says, "So you've managed to decipher part of the book. Which ritual was given to you?"
I have not deciphered it.
Cole receives again, relaying again, saying, "My mistress understands. The 1,000 Faces only bequeaths to us that which we are ready to understand. Perhaps it is her understanding that this meeting was necessitated to occur prior to your knowledge of the ritual being bequeathed to you." Leans in again and continues, "My mistress has received message from the 1,000 Faces herself regarding your importance in completing this ritual, and that our aid may be necessary in the endeavor."
What is this ritual?
Leans in, returns. "The nature of it has not been given to us, but we do know that it is important, and that the 1,000 Faces leaves the completion of it to be paramount, in utmost urgency."
Why now?
That knowledge has also not been delivered to us.
Forgive me, you have caught me by surprise. This ritual has been in my possession in some capacity for many years. So I am confused as to the urgency now.
Cole relays. Our understanding, my mistress's understanding, is that the book was placed in your possession as part of an accord that was struck between you and the Thousand Faces. Do you not have memory of it?
That was the Thousand Faces. Well, to be perfectly honest, much of my time in the homeland is a bit scattered. I believe due to the accord that I made.
Cole continues in response to the Queen's words and says, "We sacrifice many things for the gifts that are given to us. Many things are lost so that others might be found. We sacrifice so that we may thrive."
Yes. I do recall sacrifice being necessary.
Cole continues and says, "My mistress understands that should you return to the original copy of the book, you may find that its text more easily discernible to you now."
Oh.
There will be a task presented to you. Something that things you must acquire for the ritual to be conducted.
And I gather I have no choice in this matter.
The choice has already been made. You made it as part of your bargain. You cannot recover what was taken, what was sacrificed, without moving forward.
If I complete the ritual, it will be returned to me.
That is my mistress's understanding. That is the way of the Thousand Faces.
I see. This has been most enlightening. Thank you. I will look to the Queen.
She
Thank
gives
you.
a nod, and she reaches into like her sleeve and retrieves something that she hands to Cole, who takes it, receives another message from her and walks towards you and says, "You have been chosen as one of the true acolytes of our god. For that, you receive a boon for your continued service." And extends to you a small, like, silver charm of a mask.
Thank you. What is it?
You will understand in due time.
Thank you again for your time and wisdom, Your Majesty.
She gives a nod towards you again, and Cole says, "I can escort you back above if you wish."
No, I again appreciate all you've done for me this evening. I believe I can find my way out.
Of course. It's a pleasure meeting you again, Miss Salome.
A pleasure as well, Mr. Winters. Your Majesty.
And does Salome leave?
Curtsy. Curtsy's like you would to royalty. Curtsy. Gets the fuck out of there.
You head back out, the Grackle fluttering down. You see it like out of your periphery around the edge of the cistern. And as you head down the corridor, you intercept with Grackle.
I must ask one more thing of you this evening. I need to speak with Lord Skylark at once.
All right. Hey. You all right?
I hardly know, Jack.
All right. Jack responds to this not with words, but with deeds, and gets her to Skurlock as quickly as possible.
Okay. Are you going back to Skurlock so you can see the book?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just cut kind of forward through that, back across the city, in the middle of the night, arriving at Skurlock's Manor.
She'll put the amulet, whatever the thing is, on and just tuck it in her bosom.
You feel something, like, you definitely feel something with the amulet. There's more to it than just a small piece of metal. And you feel that it has given you some, like, that something strange and otherworldly has bequeathed something upon you. And you head back to Skurlock's and lets you in. Like, there's brief, like, explain that you need the book kind of in a hurry. Like, it senses your urgency, and so, all right, retrieves the book for you. And as you view it, sitting in the parlor room again, opening it and flipping through the pages, you can see you reach that point of the book that you had, like, transcribed. And you begin to see that the text has not changed, but you begin to understand it. And you understand portions of it. And it gives you, essentially, it's almost like a list. It's all translated, and again, like, you have an innate understanding of what you need, though you can't exactly understand, like, the words. And there's just, like, now a familiarity with you to it that you did not have before. But you understand that in order to conduct this ritual, that you will need 4 things.
Okay.
You will need 13 intact heartstones.
With things in them?
That seems to, yes. You need 131 gallons of distilled Leviathan blood. You need 13 pounds of powdered bone dust. And 13 pounds of pure gold shavings.
And equivalent exchange.
as you read this, you also understand something else. As you feel the weight of the silver against your skin, you realize the nature of this forgotten god and the boon that has been placed upon you. As you realize that you could, as easily as you now understand Cole was able to, and probably anybody else in that chamber, that to accomplish this task, the Thousand Faces has given you their namesake and the ability to change your face as easily as they do.
Yo.
In game mechanics, it will give you the ability. It will essentially add it to your thing as like an item, like something you can pull from your load as one of your items, and it will give you the ability to change your appearance.
Add
once,
to your inventory.
once
1,000
per-
faces.
For game mechanics, it'll be like once per score, but yeah.
Yo.
I think she does at least want to, maybe describe this list to Lord Skurlock and see if, I don't know, he's a demon, demon hunter.
He's a demon daddy.
He's a demon daddy.
A demon dom.
Does any of this, sound familiar?
Listen to it. It says, I can do some research, but I am not familiar with the results of using such components offhand, but that sounds like a lot. Just my professional opinion.
And all I have is a list. I don't have what
You
I'm
don't know
supposed
what
to
you would
do with
do,
it
but
afterwards.
You understand that once you have these things, then what you will do with them will then be available to you.
Got it.
One
Can
step
you do me a
at
favor?
time.
Sure. Get this grocery list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, I need a lot of blood. I
What
need
are we
some
making?
souls?
What are we making?
What you got there?
Homemade
A
lasagna.
smoothie?
It's just a big old Duskville-sized plate of lasagna.
Fume, I'm going to need you to get me something, and I'm going to need you to not ask any questions. As long as you don't ask any questions. Box full of
13
heartstones.
skulls.
I mean, I have great news. I have to do 4 murders, so
Yeah.
So that's
Whoa,
like
hold
4 off
on.
the list right there.
Yeah.
Where are all these murders coming from?
Places. Don't worry about it.
And again, you don't have to do the murders for the Heartstones. You just have to
All I
have the
have
Heartstones.
no,
is
I'm just saying I have
potential
to do
murders.
4 murders, so that's
Yeah,
4.
you have to. So that's
Right
4
there.
Heartstones that will be available.
Well, dang.
3 for a demon and 1 to put my boyfriend in.
Oh. Okay.
So, with that information on hand, I'm sad. We'll get to glasses next time because I really do want to give the Spirit Ward and stuff its due. I'd play for another
Yeah.
hour if I could, but we've already gone to 4. So,
Yeah, let's totally. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I would. I'd do it right now.
Holy shit.
We did leave. We did leave
No,
off on the
no, uh-uh.
prospect of Grackle and Fume
What? No, no, we didn't. We did not.
having a conversation
What? No.
that's been a long time coming.
as much as I want to,
How did I not?
probably-
How did I see this coming? The signs.
We'll get to it next time. We'll have Glass meeting with the Spirit Wardens and
Fume and Grackle just having breakfast, just having a
Having
chat,
breakfast.
eating some muffins.
I'm very excited, and we finally getting Salome's backstory here too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love how it's literally just Nala calls him Bertrand.
Dr.
Yeah.
Faust.
Dr. Faust.
All right, y'all. I think that's where
Mushroom porridge in
we're
the
gonna
middle.
end it for tonight. That was a lot.
All right.
We got through a lot
Yeah.
today.
Holy shit.
Holy smokes.
Good job, everybody.
Good job. Y'all want to do a well? Let's do our end of session questions. Let's do that. That would be the next thing.
Shona.
Let's see. PC advancement. Everyone took their desperate action XP.
Mm-hmm.
I think we only had one from Grackle today. Playbook specific XP triggers. Who hit theirs?
Yeah, I would assume I did.
What is
I
yours?
addressed a challenge with tracking.
Address a challenge with technical skill or mayhem.
Oh, I mean, yeah, technical skill, definitely.
Calculation
probably a
or
bit of mayhem.
conspiracy.
Knowledge and arcane power.
Yeah, definitely.
I leveled up my playbook.
Hey!
I leveled
Huzzah!
up my prowess.
Perfect. The expressing your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
Oh, I feel like heritage came up for sure. Today.
Oh, Glass is gonna be so pissed that they weren't there for that.
I
I'm
really
glad you
thought you were
picked
gonna
me.
ask. I really thought you were gonna ask Glass.
Glass
to
is
go
gonna
with
be
you.
pissed.
Glass. Okay, Glass probably knows the most about past, but by most, I mean, hey, yeah, I came from Tycheros, and I kind of had a split, dicey situation, and now I'm here. That's all Glass knows.
Glass is also Tycherosi though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it might be a good conversation to have there.
Will they ever express that they're pissed? Absolutely not. I'd be so pissed
Not
if
in
they
a
weren't
healthy
there
way.
though.
No, not now.
No,
We wouldn't do anything.
I would
in a
never do
healthy
anything
Why
in
would
a
we do
healthy
it?
way.
Hey, Danae.
Yeah.
Just start throwing Grackle at things. I can now add a 1d dice to everyone's healing pool.
Oh,
My
hell
pr-
yeah.
My prowl is 4 now.
Consequences are fake and I will never learn anything.
Oh yeah, sorry, I need to look that. What's the last one again? Is struggled with issues from your vice or trauma.
No.
Grackle definitely.
Grackle did.
I overindulged.
Whew.
I'm doing this every session. That's a free XP.
100%.
Oh boy, I am gonna start because one thing I realized that I haven't done, and I probably need to start enforcing, is that when y'all lose your vice purveyor, you're supposed to do like a long-term project to get another one.
Oops.
So I had forgotten that.
That makes
See?
sense.
Yeah.
Do you want to
so we'll do
line
that.
me up for a project then?
It's up to you. I mean, I guess if in fairness,
Because I lost
you
mine, but
wanna-
it was a while ago. It just hadn't come up until today.
Does
Yeah.
that mean that you can't?
you can't
Can't
recover
indulge
stress
until you
Yeah.
do
until
it.
you-
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's so much worse.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So that is the because I was looking, it's like there's no consequence to that if you just
No,
don't do it. And I was
there-
like, oh,
there is, yeah.
Yeah, we'll once we finish the stream out, we'll add some projects for for Grackle and Glass.
Cool.
I'm down.
Oh shit, I overindulged like really early in.
You did.
I think you were
when
the
switched
first
to-
one.
you
Yeah,
switched to
because I ripped
Melvier.
out the filter for my casket.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we could retroactively add them, and y'all have to accomplish them before you can.
That could be
I
fun.
mean, everybody's good on stress right now, so
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll add those. I need to see how many ticks I need to make it. So let's yeah.
And
okay.
there's like a ton of stuff that's changing right now, like a lot of eyes on us immediately. It
Yeah.
makes sense that we have to like do a
Be
a
low
new boot
profile.
shuffle.
I'm
Yeah.
keeping the
Perfect.
name Twin Peaks though, because that's the funniest joke I think I've told on this stream.
So great. So great.
Yeah. But we'll give you got to recover for free this time, and then we'll say before you can recover again, Glass has actually established that as theirs, and Grackle
I like
has
it.
to establish theirs. and-
I like it. I'm down.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Let's do crew advancement.
Execute a successful espionage, sabotage, or theft.
You got that
Not
last
this
time.
time.
Yes.
Last time, yeah.
Contend with challenges above your current station. Salome.
Yeah.
Salome.
Gods.
Technically, so the Forgotten God.
And then Fume. Demon shit is coming back also.
Yeah, that I think I'll give that to you. I'll say technically the Forgotten Gods are not. Yeah, they're tier 2. So
That's above us.
That is above y'all.
That's 2
Okay,
then,
sure.
baby. Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one. Our reputation is loyal and flamboyant.
Are we? I mean, is that kind
We
of
definitely
related to
took the
last
XP
time?
for flamboyant last time
Okay.
because of the party.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like.
I'd say the thing I could make a pitch for loyal for your satisfaction of your obligation to Will. Like,
Yeah.
And then also continuing to like say, hey, we are gonna be a
said we were
support
loyal.
system.
We didn't say we
Yeah.
were truthful.
But we're gonna continue to be a support system for him and Nala
Yeah.
even after like the hull is built. Like we're not just like turning them out.
yeah, I like. I'm cool with that.
We gave him
Yep.
PTO.
You too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're giving him lodging.
I'm giving us an XP for that. Goals, drives, inner conflict, essential nature.
Oh, I mean,
Lots
Yeah.
of inner conflict.
I'm giving us 2 for that one.
yeah.
We're 1 off of leveling up again.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's do. So that's advancement. Let's do stars and wishes and quotes.
I'll go.
Go for it.
My star is gonna go to Fume. Because he really went through it today. He really went through it today, and I love Fume, and RJ, I love the way that you play him. I think he feels really lived in to me,
Yeah.
and like a really strong character, and just seeing him not that he hasn't before, but seeing him like really feel the consequences of his actions and really like internalize that was very sad, but it was really good. It was really fun to watch and be a part of. So big kudos to you. I love Fume. I think you're really doing him justice as a character in a lot of ways. My wish. I want to go back to the Dimmer sisters. I've been thinking about them the last
Yeah.
couple of sessions. I want to get back. My last few wishes have been like, let me talk to the Baron, and I know eventually you guys are going to let me do it, just because I've asked for it enough. So eventually I'll get there. I feel like that one's coming down the pike. I'll get my meeting.
Honestly,
I'll get my cool meeting
honestly,
with the Baron.
right now would be a great time because,
Right?
like, because Grackle would not feel ready for it, but Glass absolutely does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I got that one in the chamber ready and loaded. Once I figure out sort of what's going on with the spirit wardens and everything, I'm gonna go back. I want to go back to my friends, the Dimmer sisters, and
Definitely.
one, ask a lot of questions, but also like I think maybe solidify that relationship a little bit more. So yeah.
You could maybe try to do a job for them or something.
Yeah, I would be super amenable to that, and I can convince everybody else. I think.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
actually pretty exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
very fun.
Yeah, that would be awesome and exactly what I want. So yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Dimmer
the Dimmer
sisters.
sisters need like 26 pounds of they need like some bone dust or something, and then
They
we can
need
get that one.
twice as much. Yeah.
Bone
So.
dust. They need bone dust.
Yeah.
They need heartstones. They need gold. Hey, listen, we're gonna weave all of these together.
Mhm.
When you're done with these, can you let us borrow them?
Listen, like I'm saying, I already have to do 4 murders. 3 of those sets of bones I'm not gonna be using.
So here's
That's
our
just
offer
3
for a
full
job.
sets of bones that they can have.
Are we pulling a full Sweeney Todd right now? Is
Yeah.
that kind of what's going
No,
down?
we're playing
Yes.
Full Metal Alchemist.
We're doing Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Oh,
what are the
brother.
coins in this world made out of?
Bones.
What is like what the
Oh,
currency
well,
is?
What are we
Mushrooms and
minted
eels.
on? Are they minted on
Oh,
the metal?
I'd imagine it's a
Mushrooms.
combination of like
They're portobello mushrooms.
that's
They're
actually a
just
point.
big portobello mushrooms.
I'll look to see if that's
Because-
anywhere in the book because I don't think they'd be gold coins.
Okay, because if they were gold coins, the coins we got from the dog race heist were plated. I could do reverse electrolysis on them and just
Yeah.
pull the plating off, and that's
I
your
would've-
gold dust.
I imagine they're like iron or something, right? Like,
It would
Oh, that's
probably
very
like-
cool.
it's probably like
because like there's no way they're like gold or silver or anything.
Nah,
Well,
it'd
I
probably
would
like
say-
the hard metal. Yeah.
yeah, we'll figure that out. that out.
Aluminium.
Aluminium.
Yeah,
Like each
But yeah,
one of
I don't
those
think they
things
would
is
do
like a
like a
job
sup-
in and of itself.
yeah. I don't think they'd do like a super precious metal for it. It's
Wait.
probably something.
Fucking Leviathan blood.
We can go to the crematorium and get the bone dust. Sorry.
Oh my god! All right.
Oh. Are we doing a bone heist?
Well,
Bone
here's the
heist.
thing I will
Oh,
say.
nice!
The spirit wardens do also maintain the heartstones that are recovered from bodies.
Yeah. Listen,
In for a penny, in for a pound.
essentially,
they already don't like us.
I'm just doing recon right now for all of the bones we're gonna have to steal.
Bones and souls.
And we're really
Bones,
good with the
bones,
Leviathan hunters right now.
Yeah,
so-
dude.
Yeah.
But that's a lot. 131 pounds. of
Mr.
distilled
Pansy, sir,
Leviathan
could we
blood.
get some blood?
Listen. If I can find out what his kink
Roll
is,
times.
I can handle that part.
Yeah, it would also be refined Leviathan blood. And Leviathan hunters don't usually do the refinement. So,
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
you
I mean,
mean
like, hey, get it in
We
surplus
could-
from the Leviathan hunters and then get it refined ourselves.
Yeah, Fume, we can figure that out, right?
how to
you
refine
know who
Leviathan
needs
blood.
refined Leviathan blood to power himself?
hole.
Oh,
Let-
you,
we'll
you-
talk
you got a
about
supplier,
that.
my dude?
Yeah.
I have so many plans.
God.
There's so many
Uh,
things to do. We're still
yeah.
doing stars and wishes.
We're stars and
I'll-
stars
yeah,
and wishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
That
cut
was
in
my
with a
turn.
star. yeah,
Do it.
yeah, I'll cut in with a star. Damn, Salome's scared. That's not a side of her that we get to see very often. I'm I'm stoked. This is sick. What's my wish? I'm pretty happy with how things are going so far. We've got all
Good.
these cohorts. I guess my wish is an opportunity to use them.
Yeah. It was a really interesting session because I think we really got to see like how powerful your crew has become at this point. Like you are actually like a force to be reckoned with now. Within Dustfall, you're not just like a ragtag group of 4 people. Like you have cronies.
We have Bull.
But also we're realizing like how much debt you are accumulating as part of it. Like not like material debt, but like, you know, the
Emotional
people-
debt.
yeah. yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like the obligations that you have to
Social
people,
obligations.
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff. So it's very interesting.
And we
to see.
haven't even gotten into the demon deal that I made, so
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah. Your marks are gonna start popping up here
I'm
soon.
so excited.
Fun fact, you'd need 26 people's worth of blood.
Oh, thank you.
For 131 gallons.
130. So
Okay, well,
bump it
so-
up by one.
And
27.
then
So like
another
one
half
really
person.
shitty kid.
Or like 2 pretty hefty Leviathans worth.
Yeah.
Or like if we
just
upgrade our crew
really
enough with a bunch of
generous
cohorts.
or just a really generous donation.
What if, okay, so we always make that joke about how like we're gonna disguise a van as like a repair service. New idea, blood donation bus.
But it's Leviathan blood, and we won't be getting it from actual people.
No,
Not-
you get a boat,
yeah.
you go out, and you look for Leviathan blood.
We
donations.
use the
Donation.
map.
Nobody's thought about it.
We
Not
use the
even
map.
kidding. That was my
Donations.
racket for an Urban Shadows game
Incredible.
on how to
That's really
on how to
good.
supply vampires with
I
blood.
love it. I love it.
I do like the idea of y'all stealing a Leviathan hunting boat and going out there to kill a Leviathan to get this blood.
We could do it. I've played Sea of Thieves.
Oh god.
I've played Black Flag.
Did we get a
Yeah.
wish from you
Cool.
too? Was that your wish? I don't. You
Use
that
our
was,
cohorts.
Yeah,
The
use our
cohorts.
cohorts.
Use our cohorts.
Okay, here's a bonus wish that's not like a real wish, but a cool like what if a job outside of Duskfall.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I don't
Like
I don't know how
another.
Let's go
like
to
another
Tykeros.
city or okay.
Oh,
no,
shit.
no, you're not talking about like in the Ghostlands. You're talking about like
Another city.
another city. Interesting.
Perhaps.
That is-
depending. I don't know,
yeah.
maybe a good old fashioned murder on the
Road trip.
Road trip.
Leviathan Express.
Yeah.
Yes, Murder on the Leviathan Express.
Oh,
is
like a
very
train
good.
heist,
Oh my
or a
God.
Heist,
Like
train heist. Oh, we could.
I like the idea
We
of
do a
I
train
like the idea
heist.
of y'all murdering somebody on a train and being on the other end of a murder mystery of like
Having
there's
to
a
cover the
detective
body
on the
up.
train that's trying to solve the mystery.
It's just Poirot. It's just
Amazing.
Hercule Poirot.
Like the
Yes.
mission starts with y'all succeeding in killing
Yes!
the person,
How's
and then
your-
spending the rest
so
of it
fucking
trying.
sick.
Val,
That would be
how's your
incredible.
Belgian accent?
I
my
have
God.
changed my wish. I
Can you
reverse
please?
Perot? Reverse
Can we
Perot.
please put Poirot in this game? I will literally pay you.
If y'all
actual
line
money.
it up as your next job, I mean, here's the thing: y'all can do it.
We have
if
to-
y'all
we have-
line up
oh.
murdering somebody on a train or like a locked room mystery or something, if y'all set your next job as like an assassination, I will make that happen.
Again,
And,
I have 4 murders to do. I
Oh,
want
God.
Poirot in Dustfall
Poirot,
now. I
Poirot.
demand
the
it.
thing is, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna love it so much that the rest of this game, you're gonna switch to assassins, so just so we can do the rest of this game. as
Just so
y'all
we can kill
thwarting-
someone and then hide the body.
Yeah. Yeah.
depending on how this like Venge Quest list shakes out, we might have to do that anyway.
True. True.
Oh my
Ooh,
God.
that's what I should
Wonderful.
ask Grackle. Are any of the people that you want murdered like young and hot? Because my boyfriend needs a body.
Does the
The red sash.
sword lesbian count?
Yeah.
The sword
Valera
lesbian?
Clev.
Sword lesbian?
Ooh.
Sorry, I legitimately don't know her orientation or anything.
The thirsty sword lesbian.
The thirsty.
Nope,
No,
we
she's
made that
She's
decision.
been super thirsty for Grackle. Let's be
It's so-
honest.
it's
She
very
was
true,
that's-
super thirsty
yeah.
for Grackle.
I don't want to
Oh,
take that
yeah.
away from you though.
Where is she? We need to. I'm
Where is
probably
she?
going
Where is
to
she?
know her.
Where
Where
is
are
y'all haven't dealt with
you?
the red sashes for a bit.
I'm so
No.
sorry. Okay, no, I won't take that ship opportunity away from you. I refuse to do it. That would be against my moral code.
You can
I-
ask Fume to make you one.
If there's
Fume, I
shipping
need a
happening
body
in that-
for my boyfriend. Here's what he looked
If there's
like.
shipping happening in that direction, it's toxic as fuck, and one of us is gonna kill the other.
And
Yeah.
they move in with each other after 2 weeks.
Yep, 100%.
I like that. Well, maybe you figure out a way to get both their souls in the same
Oh,
body. and
wait,
that's
wait.
just like a timeshare.
Oh my
timeshare
God.
/ polycule.
Gideon the Ninth.
Perfect.
I'm fine with that.
I'm sorry, it's more of an Econo Lodge.
I was actually thinking that's our locked room mystery, right? You guys move in together way too early, like lesbians do, and then she ends up dead. Oops.
So, just a real question though, which
Call
one of you
Poirot.
knows how to drive?
Just,
Okay,
like,
this is gradually
date
turning
her.
into like an after show and not
Yeah.
our stars and wishes.
Yeah.
Those are all my wishes.
That was my stars and wishes.
Hello, hi. I'm gonna star Van and Glass for covering Fume's ass. Thank
welcome,
you
dude.
very much. Both Fume and I were panicking, like, oh no.
Yep.
How could this have
Both-
happened?
Hey, both Glass
Oh,
and I
no,
could tell.
consequences.
I had a thought like midway.
That's why they're a
through
good pair.
Yeah. I had a thought midway through where the jewelry box sells GQ style like photographs of everyone, and Fume is sitting on a throne of books with like his lab coat around him.
Do we sell smutty art of ourselves?
Do we?
There's a market for
Should
it.
I
we
think-
start?
I think we should. Now that we're getting like up there, we're getting
Grackle
New
with like
cohort.
new
Uh,
cohort artist.
Artist.
Yep.
Grackle has like a hair, like part of her hair covering her face, like way too many buttons unopened, just sipping on a whiskey on
Wearing
like,
the hat, just like,
Like,
one
over-
eye,
over
one
one
eye,
eye.
yeah.
Listen, there's no limit to how many cohorts you can have. So
I
She
okay.
posed for the calendar.
We've done a lot of jokes. I want to put that down as an actual thing I want to do.
add it
I
to
wanna
y'all's
get-
upgrade list.
The ink rakes, they've got to know somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And they're
You're so
neutral with
right.
us now. So if we commission their like portrait artist or whatever to make the jewelry box calendar, we've got enough people at this point.
Hey, and like this place does have a calendar. Like it's got
Yeah.
funny names for everything. Canon.
Well, if we go with how many months there are 6 months in the year.
Oh.
So you just need 4 of you and 2 more.
Incredible.
we get moonshine.
Skurlock.
Skurlock
No.
and
Oh yeah.
Skurlock and
Skurlock.
That's
Moonshine.
the big
Yes.
selling point.
oh
Yes, yes,
Skurlock
yes.
standing on a
Mr.
balcony in the
December.
moonlight with like Grackle surrounding him. Oh, That'd be great.
Oh,
My
on,
wish is
daddies.
already happening, and it is the face-off
With,
very good.
with Grackle. It's happening. It's gonna
Yeah.
happen.
yeah. Oh, it's going. Oh, it's going.
I did like I will like start. I don't normally start so, but this just jumped out for me of Fume when I was talking about Dis and the really like petty comment that that Fume made, like I forgot what you said exactly, but about Dis, and it's like, you know, about what they're trying to do and how you're doing it better. I forgot what exactly Fume said. I need to go back in the video and watch.
Did I say, "Oh, that's cute"?
Yeah, I think it was something
Probably.
along those lines. Like, oh, that's cute. And just kind of like,
Walked away.
all right.
Love it.
Sid, I think you're the only one left.
I think so. I think Star's gonna go to Grackle. I cannot wait for this face off. It's gonna be so great. And I appreciated all the Drake and Josh memes that were happening in
Oh,
chat
yes.
too, because it made perfect sense. But yeah, Jack's ride or die. Jack really is ride or die. And
You
when the
don't have to
inevitable,
ask.
when the inevitable turncoating of she's been playing us this entire time happens, I can't wait for it. I can't wait.
Don't
It's
worry
gonna
about
be-
it.
It's gonna be it's gonna be amazing. I'm really, really here for it.
I will say-
So,
Glass won't take it personally.
no,
That's the
it's
job.
just business.
It's just business.
It's just this.
I have this mental image of the finale, and it is a Grackle just like pointing a gun at Glass's head, and Glass just says, you know, at the end of the day, it's just business.
This game ends with like Grackle hunting everyone in the group down one at a time.
I
And then
realize
just slow
when my-
walk away from the exploding jewelry box. Yep.
I want to start Crimes Monthly with the ink rakes. Just like, here's some highlights of last month.
Oh, I bet
That'd be
Pierce
good.
would fucking love that. What's his name?
Oh,
Fabian?
yeah.
Big like a really sleazy like tabloid. Like the crimes are all like blown out of proportion, and you know.
Killing 32 Duskfallians. No
Talk
one actually
about
died.
bolstering our reputation or developing a new one. We need to
Horny.
get that guy fully on our side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love that. All right. Was it? Did you wish to, Sid?
I'm happy. I can't think of anything right now. If I do,
Good.
I'll let y'all know. So. Good.
Perfect.
Quote.
I'm looking at the quotes. I'm gonna give it to myself for you putting all in danger. No.
I did actually put you on there.
chat at 4:45. I'm just saying.
You did.
So it goes
and that
to
did get
Sid,
it in my
actually.
brain. So I will give it to Salome for
Nala in danger.
giving me the thought on that
And
one.
that's what-
Because as soon as I read it in the
But Nala
chat,
in
I was
danger.
like, oh, I gotta work that into something Will says. And I was just that entire conversation, I was like, is this the line? No, I'm gonna set it up here.
So
This is-
earnest. It was so earnest.
It was good.
I was really trying not to laugh. All right. That's it.
that puts me over on a resolve.
Perfect. All right. Well, we're way over time, everyone. Thank you. We're gonna go another hour just like riffing. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We will be back in a week to continue our game with all these dramatic scenes that we are gonna have to. I feel like next session is going to be just another round of free play. We may not even get to another job.
Well, yeah, some of us have scenes we wanted to.
Yeah.
And if they all last an entire hour, it's gonna be a while.
Yeah. That one just. Yeah.
These are biggins.
Oh boy. Well, thank you. Thank you everyone out there for watching. Thank you to my lovely players for being a joy to run this game for as usual. We will see you all in 1 week, and until next time, good game and good night, Internet.